All right. Well, everybody, welcome to NorCal Sports Network, where it never ends here. We got a show today, a little over 3 hours of MLB trade deadline. We'll be bringing to you every trade that happens. I got this ear listening to you guys, talking to you guys. This ear listening in on MLB trades on the MLB network. So bring it to you right away as soon as we get it. So welcome, everybody. Welcome, Bora. How is it going today?
I'm a little tired after that 3-hour show last night.
Yes, with over 600 people watching, tuned in almost the entire time. It just blew up. I mean, we had over, I want to say 350 over in probably in Twitter, about 250-ish here on YouTube. And we're live right now on, obviously, here on YouTube and Twitter. Also, you can hear us on Spotify. Catch us there if you need to. Also on Apple, Apple Podcast. And we have some shorts and different things up on Instagram, TikTok. And yeah, we've got a lot of things going on. Actually, probably going to do some new stuff with our shorts, right, Bora? Some new stuff coming.
I think so, yeah. I think we just have a trade, actually.
Yes, let me go back to that. What is the trade that you've got? Because I got this thing went off and I turned it.
Oh, nothing major. Here it is. The Angels are acquiring reliever Mike Baumann from the Giants. He was recently DFA'd. So.
Oh, jeez. Come on, another Farhan special. Are you serious?
Nothing of importance.
Mike Baumann. This guy, he was. What are they getting?
Who knows? I mean, probably cash considerations.
That means Ruiz of the Angels, who's now set up to be their closer, but he's a free agent. He's probably on the move, and somebody's going to pick Ruiz up for probably, some bullpen help. So we'll see. Let me see. Hold on. Let me look and see. Did I get the name right? Ruiz. It was just one sec here. Let me look him up. No, Garcia. I had it wrong. Yeah, hold on. Where'd he go? Yeah, Luis Garcia. There's a lot of Garcias. There's a second baseman, Luis Garcia, with the Nationals. And then this is Luis Garcia, who's currently the closer with Estevez moving to Philadelphia. I think that might be the biggest move, Bora, is having Estevez. That might be the most impactful move. That shores up the Phillies bullpen. That gives them a big four, kind of like the Giants had. You remember with the Giants' big four that just went into their wall of fame here in a couple weeks ago. So I think it's really the Phillies are set up really nice to end up winning this thing. My prediction at the beginning of the season when we did predictions might just come true. We'll see. It probably, things never seem to work out the way they do. You think they will, but I picked the Phillies and the Orioles for the World Series.
That's looking pretty good, yeah. I mean, last year, the reason the Phillies kind of choked in the championship series was because of that bullpen. So
Josh Bell, by the way, going to the Diamondbacks.
A bunch of trades happening. Connor Norby going to the Marlins for Trevor Rogers.
Yeah, that's one that just irritates me because the Giants could have had Connor Norby. The Giants could have made a trade with some of their excess pitching. I mean, geez. Actually, that was in my opinion, an underpay for Baltimore. Baltimore could have got. I would think Baltimore didn't have to. Well, how do I say it? Baltimore got more value.
Baltimore overpaid for.
Yeah, right. Overpaid. Rodgers is more valuable. He's a pretty good starting pitcher, and to lose just to only give up Norby, that means the Giants. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what they do, but I don't think they're going to do much. I really don't expect the Giants to do much today.
I don't either.
I think they move Conforto or Yaz, and my guess would be Conforto.
That's probably it.
Farhan's, how he operates. If you still have some control, that's pretty inexpensive. He likes to keep on to those guys, and he likes to move off of guys. But he does things weird that way. He didn't move off of Rodon in 22, and he's probably not going to move off of Snell. Now, Snell, it's a lose-lose. Snell is in total control because if he craps out in the second half, he opts in. If he does great like he's been pitching recently, he opts out. If he gets hurt, he opts in. Giants by not trading Blake Snell, the Giants get nothing unless they somehow make a run and go deep into the playoffs. The likelihood is they keep Blake Snell and they don't make the playoffs, and Snell walks, and you just did it again.
It's happening again. You just said it's a very realistic possibility that happens. The Giants, we've seen it time after time with Rodon, with Peterson, with Flores, with Cobb last year. They just, for whatever reason, they always think they can compete. And it never ends up happening. Something always goes wrong. Last year, they were first in the wild card. I'm pretty sure during the trade deadline.
No, they were first. They were first, just like Atlanta.
Yep, they were first. And what did Farhan go and do? He got AJ Pollock. That was the one move that he did.
AJ Pollock.
That was one of the all-time worst trade deadlines last year, I think.
Yeah.
You just didn't instill any confidence into your team to go out and win it. And they choked. They ended off the year just on a downward spiral. And I wouldn't be surprised if that happens again this year.
Correct. And I'm also thinking that this whole deal with Soler was just a salary dump, and that the prospects are not going to amount to anything.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's only one prospect. The other guy's a 33-year-old lefty reliever.
He's not. Okay.
Who's on the 60-day IL.
Okay. So. Okay. I didn't even look at it because it's just oh gosh.
Yeah, he's just a throw-in.
He's just a throw-in, and the prospect has a lot of holes from what I'm reading. A lot of swing and miss. This is just typical. This was just, I made a mistake. I got Soler, and I need to get rid of him. And now I got rid of him, and now I'm going to use Marco. And you could have used Marco all year. You could have used Ramos all year. The guys that he does, this is just unfathomable to think that this guy has a job, Bora, when he continually misses the mark. He signs people, they flop, he has to get rid of them. He has guys in the minors that are, just have some talent, and he doesn't play them. We saw it in Ramos. We see it in Fitzgerald. Now we're going to see it in Luciano. He waits and waits and waits if he would have listened to NorCal Sports Network from the beginning, we said, play the kids from the beginning and just let them develop. And, it's just not a good situation. I'll be shocked if they trade anybody of significance today and receive anybody back of significance.
The problem is, and we've said it a million times, Pavlovich said it yesterday, I think, the Giants need to go in a direction. They haven't been going
Pick a
in a
dang
direction.
lane.
Pick
a
a
lane.
lane. Either sell or buy. It doesn't make any sense to play this game where you're just trying to play prospect for prospect, or you're making one trade and hoping something else works out. If you're going to do something, stick with it and commit to it. You haven't committed to an organizational philosophy in 6 years. You still don't have an organizational philosophy. So it really doesn't make sense. Farhan's just going to keep on doing this for as long as he's in charge. I don't see it changing. And Dan, I know you saw there was some report of some guy who knows Greg Johnson, and that Greg Johnson likes Farhan and he's happy with Farhan. If that's the case, then the Giants don't care about winning. They just, all they care about is making a bank with the ballpark and Mission Rock, and it's all about the money, which is really sad because the organizational history with this team is really deep, and it's really rich. And you should be in the playoffs every year at least. You should be vying for a World Series pretty much every year. You're a big market team. You should be able to spend. You should be able to splurge every offseason. You should be able to develop prospects. And it hasn't been happening. And it's tough to see, and it's tough to watch as a fan. When you can see it so clearly in your own eyes, and we can see it in our own eyes. I bet the viewers can see it. That's why they're watching. It's just, Farhan just can't see it for some reason.
Absolutely. And just as a reminder, you guys viewing today, keep it right here. We'll be with you all the way through the trade deadline. Bora may pop out here or there to, take a little break. It is our lunch hour. We don't want to eat on their show. I may pop out and Bora will carry the show if I get a little hungry or whatever. But we've got you covered for the next 3 hours. We're tuned in to MLB Network. So as it happens, we'll report it. I got the information right in this ear here coming from my phone, watching MLB Network. So we'll bring you the news. So stick right here with us because this is NorCal Sports Network, the leader in Giants coverage on the internet and all of social media. Okay. So we got you taken care of. We'll be, doing some analysis of trades. We'll be talking about what could happen, what should happen, and probably what won't happen. Pretty much telling you, I don't think Blake Snell gets dealt today. I would be surprised if Farhan pulls that trigger. And I'm expecting maybe an outfielder like Conforto or Yaz. I think it's Conforto that gets maybe dealt in a minor deal that brings back a prospect that's probably similar to the prospect they got yesterday with the Braves in that category. I don't see them getting a top prospect. They got a logjam in the outfield. I think they want to make room for Matos.
And they should want to make room for Matos.
They should, yes.
Conforto isn't doing anything of significance to really boost your team. You can afford to lose Conforto and plug in Matos. Even if Matos struggles at first, it's not going to be that big of a drop off to affect your team in the wild card race. You're expecting Luciano to contribute enough to sort of fill in for Soler. It's just, you said it perfectly. You don't expect them to make many moves. I don't expect them to make many moves. It might be a Conforto. It might be a Yaz. It might be a one or two more players, but I don't think it's going to be anybody of significance. It's not going to be a blockbuster trade. I think it's going to be a very boring Giants trade deadline for the third straight year, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, I just missed that call. Okay. I got calls coming in for work, but I'll get back to that. So, all right. Go ahead, Bora. I'm checking out different things on MLB, listening in, so I will be in and out because I've got some work going on my phone as well as it's
We've got some Giants trade news.
We got some Giants trade news. What do we got?
Cleveland Guardians are finalizing a deal to acquire right-hander Alex Cobb from the San Francisco Giants.
Wow. Cover that. Go ahead. I've got to grab a call.
Okay. Jeff Passan reporting that the Guardians are getting Alex Cobb. This is a little interesting. Cobb hasn't pitched for the entire year. He was expected to debut in June, I think. And he's just had setback after setback after setback. He had a blister most recently. Cobb is, I think, 37 or 38. This is a pure salary shed. Nick, you said it perfectly. I don't expect the Giants to get anything of value in return for Cobb. It's just a salary dump. It's just it's sort of a sell move, but it's also a move just to dump money, really. Because
what a waste! The guy didn't even pitch for him. They gave him $10 million, so they've probably paid him. What are we through the season? 60% plus. They've already paid him $6 million. That alone, the money that Farhan wasted of the owners by his ridiculous signings. If I was the owner and I had some schmuck running my business and he kept losing me millions and millions of dollars, I would say, get this guy's ass out of here. He's ruining my business.
Exactly. If you're just looking at it from a business perspective, he's lost you money. He has definitely lost you money with the signings he's made, and I don't understand.
Hey, Matthew.
For whatever reason why he's still around. It doesn't make sense. It's going to keep on not making sense.
It's unbelievable, Bora. It's absolutely unbelievable.
It's ridiculous. What does this news mean for Birdsong? Does that mean that the Giants are going to be sticking with Birdsong for the rest of the year? What is there a corresponding move for this? I don't think so. I think the Giants like Birdsong and I like Birdsong. We all like Birdsong. The thing is, he's a rookie and you don't know how many innings he's slated to pitch just because I don't know. The Giants have been pretty careful with their young pitchers. The amount of innings they've pitched, the pitches they've pitched. So I don't know if Birdsong's going to be finishing out the year here. He was just optioned, I think, after his last start to San Jose. So he'll be back up soon. But I don't know. I don't really know what to make of this deal. It's an interesting deal. It's a deal just to get money off the books. We said it last year. Cobb was having a great season last year. They should have dealt him last year.
Yep, they waited, and they blew it. And listening to Steve Phillips a little bit in my left ear with MLB Network, he's saying, Cobb, you don't even know what you're getting with Cobb because he hasn't pitched. And, it's kind of like you take that chance. They probably got nothing back in return of any significance. This is typical Farhan. He's going to trade away certain vets where they have younger guys in place. So book it. Conforto is going somewhere today for a bag of peanuts is my guess. I'm going to say Conforto goes. I don't know if there's anybody else that goes. I don't think I think he's going to try and say, okay, let me keep this team together enough that I'm going to just drive down that middle lane again. I'm not picking a lane. I'm going to see if I can maybe get lightning in a bottle, and Chapman comes through and we get some production there, and we get some production out of Luciano at the DH, and Matos comes up and takes over Conforto. I'd be shocked if it's Yaz. Yaz might give you something, though.
Yaz will give you the better package.
Yeah, Yaz will give you a package. I would trade Yaz and let Conforto walk next year. That's what I would do, but I don't think Farhan's going to do that.
You know why he's not going to do that? Because he sees this team as a playoff team.
Exactly.
He thinks this team can make the playoffs. Maybe they can, maybe they can't. But it just we've seen it time after time, and it's sort of a pattern. This team is just consistently dialed in to being mid, to being that 82 and 80, 81 and 81, 79 and 83. They're really consistent with how mid they are, and I think it's just going to be this is just another season of the consistency. You should be able to recognize who your team is and what your team is when you're 60 something games away from the end of the season. You have 60 something games left. You should recognize that you aren't a playoff team. Maybe you make a run. Who knows? But you should know who your team is at this point. You're pretty much 2/3 of the way done with the season. You should know who your team is. You should know who your players are. There's a really good chance it's not going to just kick up. They're not going to win 20 in a row. They're not going to all of a sudden catch fire. It could happen, but what has been the one problem that the Giants have had throughout the whole season? It's been the offense. The offense hasn't been consistent.
Can't score runners in scoring position.
They can't score with runners in scoring position. They're super streaky, and it's just going to continue to happen. Just because they lost Soler isn't going to all of a sudden it's not going to be some magic that the Giants start scoring 6 runs a game for the rest of the season. No, they're still going to be super inconsistent. Marco Luciano's going to be called up. He's going to be playing pretty much every day, but who knows what he's going to bring you? He could be an all-star caliber player. He could also be a player who bats 200 with a 600 OPS. We don't know. And there's a good chance that he's not that all-star caliber bat right away. It's just, you should be able to know who you are. You should know who your team is, and you should be able to cut ties with some players and just accept the loss and accept defeat. Just, you don't need to make the playoffs as long as you know what direction you're in. If you just continue to play this no sell, no buy game and play in the middle, and continue to not make the playoffs, it doesn't make sense, and it's going to end bad. It's going to end poorly.
Yes, exactly. And we're getting word back that part of this trade for Alex Cobb is the Giants are getting back Jacob Bresnahan, a 19-year-old pitcher. Minor league stats. Let's see what he's got here. Hold on here. I'm getting calls in.
You want me to read it?
There we go. All right. I should just turn my phone off on Do Not Disturb because I'm going to get too many calls and then hold on. Do Not Disturb. There we go. Let me get back. Go ahead. Yeah, read his stats.
All right. So far this year with 2 teams, he's 1-3 with the 2.7 ERA. He's a starter. He started 12 games, pitched 50 innings with 66 strikeouts. So he's a strikeout guy. Do we know what level he was at this year?
Looks like 23, probably rookie ball. Yeah, ACL, the Arizona. What do they call that? The ACL that stands for the Arizona complex leg. Yeah.
I mean, maybe he might be something. He might not be something. We don't know. All we can do is give it time. Don't expect him to be a highly touted prospect. He's probably, I don't even know if he's going to be ranked in their top 30.
Let me take a look and see if I can find the Indians here. I'll pull theirs up here. It's doubtful that he's in there. Let me pull up the Indians here. I mean the Guardians, whatever. Okay, let me check their prospects. Oh, they don't have. Oh, here we go. Top 30 prospects. I'm checking to see if he's on here. He is not.
He's not a top 30 prospect.
Nope, he's not a top 30 prospect. Didn't expect him to be. For Alex Cobb, who hasn't pitched in a year. Come on.
That's
this guy. Come on. This Farhan just dumpster diving again. This is a 19-year-old kid. You'll be lucky if he makes the majors, and if he makes it, you're looking at 4 years from now.
So, yeah, and don't expect him to be contributing too much.
Right. I mean, this is just nonstop. Going to be this way all the time. Just dumpster diving. Look, I'm telling you, Conforto's going to go next. Conforto is going to get you another prospect. Watch. I'll say Conforto gives you a little bit more. I'll bet Conforto, because he's only got a year remaining, they owe him about $8 million. Unless the Giants are willing to pay half of that and make it worth somebody's while to give up a prospect, you're going to get about a number 25 prospect for Conforto back.
It's not going to be much. The players that you have on the roster right now that can actually give you something are probably a Yaz, a Snell, a Chapman, and a Wade. That's pretty much it. Don't expect much for Conforto. If they trade Tyro, don't expect much from him. If they trade Wilmer, don't expect anything from him at all. In fact,
this cupboard is empty with this Giants. Your most valuable assets are your pitching. It's Webb, Snell, Duvall. Hicks has some value. We know the youngsters have value in Harrison and Birdsong, but they're not getting rid of Harrison or Birdsong. And I don't think they're getting rid of anybody. I don't think they're getting rid of Webb or Snell. Farhan doesn't think outside the box. This team is 2 to 3 years away minimum. And by the time they get decent, if they get decent, Logan Webb is going to he's going to have so many innings on him that I think he's not going to have much value left in him at the end of his contract. He's got 4 years remaining. You could trade Logan Webb right now. They could have traded him for Kobe Mayo. You could package Webb and Duvall, and you could have got Mayo, Heston Kjerstad, and Connor Norby. Norby's gone now. He's already been dealt to the Marlins. Now, what else is left? I mean, you could actually, if you put up a package deal and really wanted to go after Jackson Holiday, you could. I don't know if the Orioles would give him up, but you could certainly talk to him about it. Man, if I was running this club, I'd be on that dang phone and saying, look, you got a window. I was there in 21. I didn't make the moves I should have. I only got Chris Bryant. You got a shot to win the World Series this year. You need pitching. You need relief. I can give you both, but I want Jackson Holiday. Do you want to win a World Series this year?
He's not doing that though.
Of course he's not.
I don't even. Do we think that he called the Guardians first, or did the Guardians call him first? for
Who knows?
Cobb.
Yeah, and I know he didn't call the Braves.
Oh,
And Andropoulos
definitely
said,
not.
we'd like Soler back, and we like Jackson back. We'll take the salaries off. What do you? They probably said, we'll give you this guy and this guy, and he's Farhan. Yeah. Can I have this guy instead? I like the looks of this guy on the computer. He looks a little better.
Let me see what his advanced statistics look like on the computer.
Yeah.
Dan, Matthew brings up a good question. Do we think that the Farhan extension was officially signed, or was it?
I do.
You think so?
Yeah.
I mean, does that really mean anything?
No, you could fire him. It's just money. Look, is it any more money than what they've blown already on Soler and Cobb? I mean, he paid Soler what? 6-7 million. He paid Cobb already that. He's paid 12 million just, and then he's wasted so much money on so many players. Tom Murphy, another waste. Look, he's wasted enough money that you can just get rid of the clown.
He's costing you money. He's costing you business.
Yeah. Moses says Dan Webb isn't going anywhere. LOL. Of course he's not. I know that, guys. I know Webb's not going anywhere. I'm just telling you what I think they should do. Because this team, you can have Logan Webb. Good. I like Logan Webb. Solid pitcher. Great dude. Great to have on the club, man. He's nothing against Logan Webb personally. Zero, okay? Let me make that clear. I like Logan Webb. But if you want to make this team better, you have to trade from your best assets because you suck everywhere. You're not competitive as a team. You need to add more hitters because you never know with injuries are going to happen. What could happen to certain players? You got to have depth, and you need more players.
If you're gonna buy, just buy big. Go for it. Go for it all. If Farhan decides to buy and go all in, I'm fine with that. You know what? Because at least you're committing to something. If he decides to sell, even better. Just go in a direction. I would love to see this team headed in a direction that's a stable direction.
Exactly. So let's just have a little fun here. Let's just pull up the trade evaluator here and let's see what looks like with the Giants. I've showed you this before, guys. I want to see what this Brenlinger, or what was his name? Bresslander, or let's see if we can find him. Okay. What was his name, Bora, again?
All right, wait, let me pull it up. It was
Miners.
Jacob Breshnan.
Was he a starting pitcher?
Yeah, he's a starting pitcher.
All right. We're going to dig through. Can you guys see that on the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Ross Carver. Okay. So we're digging through the minors here looking for Jacob. Let's see. I don't see him on the first page of 25. So we're dumpster diving here. Maybe he's already moved to the Giants. Maybe he's not in here. Let's see. I don't see him in here. It's possible he's already moved. Let's check. Maybe he's already with the Giants. Maybe Baseball Trade Values has updated this.
You can search for the player.
Search. What's his name again?
Jacob.
Brett B.
Giants don't even have anybody in the system named Jacob.
I named Jacob. All right, so let's go back to the Guardians. Jacob. Come on.
He's not even he has no value.
You know what? I think it's because he's in the rookie ball.
Maybe.
All right, minors, positions. Well, let's just put all because we don't know if he's a start. They might have him under relief pitcher. We'll just put all. All right. We're going to dig down here from the top value of their minor leagues. This is crazy. Okay. Come on, next page.
There is no next page.
All right. All right, I'm looking here. I'm going through their minor leagues. Don't see. Next. I think some of these guys are so low on the totem pole, they don't even get.
They don't even register.
They don't even register. Okay, 64 players. He's not in their minor league system ranked. Okay. So let's just, for the heck of it, let's just see if the Giants have him, if they've moved him to the Giants yet. Okay, here's the Giants' top minor leaguers, by the way, guys. Look at that. Cupboard is empty. 22. I mean, there's teams that have minor leaguers in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and up. Giants, 22. One player over 20. Then you got Wisenhunt, Arias, Martin. Okay, we're scrolling down. Hey, Johnny Level. What a name that is. Johnny Level. Okay, so we're moving. They got 74 guys in the minors here. I'm scrolling through. Look at Will Wilson, how far back he is. He's worth a half. He's 0.6. This dude was a number 1 draft pick that Farhan traded for in his first year. Okay, so next. Okay, this guy, Jacob Breshan is non-existent as far as the rankings go. Wow.
Here, let's look at this. This is stats as of July, so 4 days ago. Through 4 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts. His fastball was 91 to 93. Changeup was 85 to 87. Slider was 82 to 83. Let's check out what he did. He's not going to blow you away. He's not some guy with pristine stuff. He's just a guy, pretty much. He's a young kid, and
I think he was just drafted. He had to be just drafted because he's only pitched 4 innings in the Arizona Complex League. That's where they go after they were drafted. Let me see. Yeah, he was. All right. You know what? This is ridiculous to waste our time on guys like this.
Really?
Come on.
It is.
Forget it. Let's get him off. This is we're digging through the bottom of the dumpster trying to find out about a guy Farhan. We should just know if Farhan traded for him and he's 19, 20 years old, he's probably just recruited him off some Connie Mack league or something.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh. Matthew says Baseball Reference says he pitched last year too. Okay. Yeah. Matthew is another baseball savant guy that is a mod for this show. He knows baseball. We'll rely on you, Matthew, to look up some of the information for us as we, navigate through this trade deadline. I've got my left ear here listening to Major League Baseball Network and the MLB Network, trying to pick up. I've got my eye on Jeff Passan on Twitter, and I'm waiting to, pick up any news that we can. Right now, there's nothing. The last thing that was reported was between the Giants and the Guardians for Jacob Dumpster Diving Breshan and Alex Cobb. So, yeah, Richard Leggett, they are dumping salary. Correct. Yeah, so you guys are nailing it. You guys,
I saw somewhere online someone said they're dumping salary for Soto. Don't get your hopes up, guys.
oh yeah, don't make up stuff, guys. They're not dumping salary for Soto. Okay.
Don't even think about Soto. He's not coming here. They can try to get him all they want. But Farhan's going to be outbid yet
Look what
again.
the commish says. The commish. Farhan should trade Webb, Duvall, Yaz, Wade, Snell, Chapman, everyone except the kids. You got it, Sean. Sean, another ball player, another guy who knows ball. In fact, Sean, I don't have the video in front of me, but it's a fun clip to watch. In batting practice at Oracle Park, live batting practice, it was either batting practice or some type of game with Sean hit one out of Oracle Park.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
He jacked one out. Yeah. I don't know if it was off one of the Giants' former pitchers. Sean, was that off of somebody off the Giants? Was it Mike McCormick or somebody? I don't know. Can't remember. But he put one in the pavilion. Or the bleachers, what we call. He says he'll send it to me. Cool. That ought to be fun. Yeah. NorCal Sports Network. Here we are, man. Over 300 watching right now, live. Okay, sounding like Crochet will not get dealt from the White Sox. I don't think he gets dealt. I don't think Luis Robert gets dealt. A lot of these big names are not going to get dealt.
I don't think Snell gets dealt. I don't think Skubal gets dealt because
No.
we've seen the return for kind of average to below average pitchers, and it's kind of insane. Don't expect any of these guys to get dealt just because the asking price is so high, and teams don't want to give up that. It's a huge seller's market this trade deadline. Farhan should have gotten up earlier. He should have gotten in there about a week ago and done something, because now that, I mean, the asking price closer to the deadline, if you're committed to selling, is going to go down. You might have gotten something for a Snell if you tried to deal him a couple of days ago.
Right. 100%. 100%. So hold on here. Let me do something real quick. What do we got here? Hold on here. I just got to do something real quick.
Here, while you do that, let's
yeah, guys. Oh, hit the like and subscribe, guys, if you're watching. If you're watching as a new person, if you're new, please like and subscribe to the channel. We're growing. We'd love to have you on board as a member. It would mean a lot to us as a sub. And if you want to join as a member, do that as well. We are growing. I don't know what our subs has grown to, but it's like, I got a statistic earlier this morning on something, Bora. We are up 1,183% in subscribers in the last 7 days, guys. 1,183%. That is huge. Let's keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep this thing growing, man. People like good content. They don't want gimmicks. You know, this is not a gimmicky show where we're going to just, have all kinds of crazy sound effects. We're going to give you content. We don't have all the fancy, crazy stuff, but we have content. Okay. In fact, we need to put up our NorCal sports background so you guys know what we got. There we go. NorCal Sports Network. Put that back up. And you know what? Let's go to, let me see if I can pull something up here, guys. Give me a second here.
What are you looking for?
I'm gonna show you our dude, Sean Proctor, BP. Can you is that showing up?
Yeah, that's showing up. Yeah.
Let me blow that up. There's Sean. Look at that. There's Sean in the cage. This was a season ticket holder.
Oh, you taking film of him?
There it goes! Deep drive! Gone! I think. Look at that. Olivia Roberts' name's up there. We got Sean Proctor's name up there. Oh. Whoa, there's a drive into left center. Man, here we go. There it goes. That thing's deep. That thing's got a chance. Helen, goodbye.
Woo! Yeah! Run the bases! Run!
That's the determinant.
Woo!
Look at that. Look at that.
Okay, now you can quit.
Oh, I should have quit on the last one. You hit out, man. That would have been the. You want to do it again? I got to rewind that. Let's see. Oop. That was pretty cool. Did you see that thing go?
Mm-hmm.
Man, he gave it a ride. That's what you get on NorCal Sports Network, man. Some ball.
Yeah, let's pull up MLB trade rumors and we can just look at all the deals. Angels acquired Bauman from the Giants. That'll be for cash considerations. Don't expect anything of significance. They just DFA'd him. Let's see. The Yankees trading Caleb Ferguson to the Astros. The Astros are kind of going for it. They want to. The Astros want to win that division. The Mariners have been really cold with the bats. The Mariners' offense is like at an all-time low. I think I saw they were 20.
Okay, Royals are close to acquiring Lucas Erceg, current closer from the Oakland A's. So it looks like John Heyman is reporting that right now. Royals are close to acquiring Lucas Erceg. He could become their closer. Isn't their closer having issues?
I don't know who their closer is.
I think their closer is. Hold on. Yeah, I think it's. I can't remember the guy's name. Okay. So he is going to the Royals. Royals getting Erceg. And let me see. I'll tell you who the Royals closer is. I believe.
Carlos.
Gentlemen, what's going on?
There he is. Louis Urseg from the A's just went to the Royals, just announced. I think the other closer who's the closer for the Royals?
It's shit. What's his name? It's pretty damn good too.
Yeah, is he gonna? Casey
Royals
Wood.
are in it though. He's not on the move, is he?
Who? No, Urseg just went to the Royals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's MacArthur. That's right. I couldn't think of his name. James MacArthur.
That's right.
He's nicknamed the General, because of MacArthur. So it looks like Urseg on the move there. So yeah, that's a good move for the Royals.
I think
are actually trying to get better.
I think that's the first deal the A's have made this whole trade deadline.
Yeah.
I would expect them to. Do you think Miller gets dealt?
No.
You think Rooker gets dealt?
That's a possibility.
Love Rooker. He's on my team.
Yeah, I would love. Yeah.
He should have made the All-Star team this year. He didn't make the.
You're gonna have to update me on Giant stuff. I've been nonstop. I'm trying to transfer from Carlos 9 to 5.
It takes a little
time sometimes.
Dan, don't tell him. Los, Giants made one measly move, one sort of impactful move. Guess who it is? It's a pitcher that they traded away.
I don't think it's Snell. I don't think he has the guts to do that. Doval?
Mm-mm.
Starter?
Mm-hmm.
Cobb?
Yep.
They traded Cobb too.
They traded him to the Guardians for some 19-year-old kid that is in the Arizona Complex League.
He's drafted.
He's not even ranked.
A song and a dance. Well, that's 10 mil off the books.
Yep. All right, Nick. Nick, one of our members and big contributors to the show, says massive seller's market, and this clown only has Sabian Sabalos and Jacob Bresnahan to show for it. Dude, I'm going to drive this egg to the airport myself. We're going to have to come out with a Farhan bobblehead. Whoever created that the other day, who was that? Who sent us that bobblehead?
Was it Victor?
Yeah.
If you're watching, Victor, if you could create the bobblehead again without the beard, a little bit bigger, plushier cheeks.
And the hair on the sides, but not the top.
Yeah, bald on the top, kind of like this. But the big gut and with the laptop in front of him, and yeah. So there we go. So Urseg on the move for the Oakland A's. I had him on fantasy too.
Really?
Yeah. I picked him up recently when Miller went on the IL. So
let's look at the standings real quick.
Shell says I'm at work. I'll hear over that bobblehead. Laughing my ass. She's live over. Yes. That bobblehead. I got to pull that back up somewhere. Okay, what do we got here?
What's happening?
Okay, no, this is just going over the old trade of Kopech, Edman, what the Dodgers have done. That three-way trade between the Dodgers, Cardinals, and Tigers. Mm-hmm. Or the Sox, not the Tigers, the Sox.
Do you want to do the standings? Do you want me to do the standings?
Yeah, go ahead. Cover them.
Just Phillies 65-41. They're looking like they might pull away from that division. You mentioned it. They just got Estevez. He's their new closer. They needed that bullpen help, and Estevez is really going to help them. The Dodgers making moves. They got Kopech and Edman. Where do you think Edman's going to play? Is he going to be sort of the super utility, or is he going to be their third baseman?
I'm not sure what they're going to do. And what does that mean for – they also got Rojas. What does that mean for Ahmed and
Lux.
Kiki Hernandez?
And Lux, perhaps.
And Lux, yeah. I mean, it feels like something else is coming with the Dodgers. I'm thinking maybe a Lux deal to bring them a better prospect, or a better, maybe not just a prospect, but somebody who's actually a pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
Dodgers need some pitching. I could see them moving Lux today. With the moves they've made, it doesn't make sense to just add all those guys that all play the same kind of position. Would
you trade with the Dodgers?
Absolutely. If I got something back, good enough. I mean, we can't beat look. I mean, this crap that you can't change because you're going to help the Dodgers. They don't need any help. They own the Giants. But if you can get something back that helps you, and it helps, who cares if it helps them? You need to forget about trying to win the division right now. You need to secure yourself a wild card spot, and eventually you want to be able to take them on. I want somebody in here that, like Brian Sabian, that says, we'll beat the Dodgers. We'll take on the Dodgers. We're better than the Dodgers. Look, we don't need to play for 85 wins to 87, 85 to 87 wins, and that's our target for the season. And if we have any injuries, we're going to fall 7 to 10 games below that. I mean, you shoot for 95, and if you have some injuries, hopefully you come up with 86, 87, and you make the playoffs still. Look at the Dodgers. They shoot for 100 plus, and they are like so hurt, so many injuries, not playing well. And what's their record? They're 63-44, 19 games over 500.
Struggling at 63-44.
Yeah, they're going to win 92 to 97 games this year, and they are doing it in first gear. The Giants are trying to go at fifth gear, and they can't even catch them.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good analogy.
Yeah, the Dodgers are just like, put it in first. We'll just kind of climb up this hill a little bit slow. Giants are like blowing out their engines and everything, trying to compete, and they just like have no way to compete. Michael says, F the Dodgers. Come on, Dan. What?
I mean, if they're offering like a major prospect, let's be real, their prospects usually hit. For somebody that could help them right now, why not?
Come on, Michael. You talking about these guys? You talking about these guys? Look, I can't stand the Dodgers.
Candy Maldonado came from the Dodgers. Dusty Baker came from the Dodgers. Reggie Smith came from the Dodgers. It has been done before.
Yeah, I can't stand the Dodgers, but I respect their organization because they want to win, and they do win. Look, you can rip on them all you want, but you can't catch them. Look, as Mark Graves says, they're winning 90-plus games with their starting pitchers all hurt. They don't have Yamamoto. They don't have Dustin May. They haven't had Kershaw. They had Glasnow out for a while. They got rid of Paxton. Who else has been missing?
Bobby Miller.
Miller. Yeah, Dodgers have had
Walker Buehler's been inconsistent.
Yeah, their starting pitching. The Giants' starting pitchers dwarfs the Dodgers in comparison, and that should tell you something right there. That the problem is the Giants cannot hit, even though the Giants' pitching has really struggled for the most part this year, near the bottom. They have better pitching top to bottom so far. Now, the Dodgers are better when healthy, but the Dodgers haven't been healthy. And yet still, look at them. They've won 63 games. How long do you think it'll take for the Giants to get to 63 wins? That's 10 more. It's going to take them close to a month.
When the Dodgers played the Giants recently, I was watching the Dodger broadcast, and they mentioned that the Giants are on the bottom 3 with runners in scoring position, batting average. The Dodgers are in the top 3. And there it is right there. Something I talk about all the time. I don't care if you get on base. That's a Farhan, that's a Giants seemingly philosophy. Get on base, get on base. What good is getting on base if you don't got guys that drive them in? So, the Dodgers are 20 games to whatever it is better because, quite frankly, when men are in scoring position, they get them home. And it doesn't have to be by a home run. It could just be a fly ball, sac fly. Just infield's back, ground ball, they're giving away a run. And, we're popping up and striking out. So that's big. Giants pitching is definitely quite better than the Dodgers right now. The Dodgers continue to win because they just have a stacked, loaded lineup. Got to have balance.
Exactly, Lo. Stacked lineup. And, yeah. So, what are we at now? We're at 10 minutes of 1. So, we got 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. I think things really start hopping at 2 o'clock today, between 2 and 3. This is reminding me so much of well, it's almost 12. No, it's past 12. Okay. I don't know. 12 was ringing in my ear for some reason. Okay. We're looking at Giants 2019, don't you think?
A little bit, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like trade a little bit here, don't do so much here. It's the typical Farhan. I'm not picking a lane. I'm going to do a little bit of selling and maybe a little bit of buying. You watch. He'll add a outfielder, a mid-level outfielder.
Like Trent Grisham or something like that.
Grisham. I hope it's not Kevin Pillar, but I could see it.
I could too, and that would be, in my opinion, a mistake. Because you have Grant McCray in the minors in AAA, who plays excellent center field. He could give you that defensive center field position that you've kind of wanted this whole year. Because we said it last night, Ramos isn't a center fielder. He's a corner outfielder. He's a right fielder. The thing that's interesting to me is I don't think Yaz has played left field very much at all. He's too good of a defender to play left field and to be playing left field. So with the Giants seemingly wanting to move Ramos to a corner position, like they've said, it's a little interesting to wonder if they're going to keep Yaz and move him to center field. Would they move Ramos to left field, or will they trade Yaz for something else and boost that center field position in return? It's a little interesting because I think we've seen enough, and I think the Giants have seen enough to get a tell of Elliot Ramos's defense in center field.
And we have a little bit of breaking news.
Breaking news. Can I do a breaking news real quick? My deal finally closed. Sorry.
It's not. Oh, awesome! Hey, congratulations!
That's what I was on the
Congratulations!
Phone for. Yeah,
the deal closes. All right.
Nice deal. Guy had a 615 credit score and still was able to get him into a house.
There you go, 615 credit score, and Los got him a loan. That should tell you if you need a loan, a mortgage type loan, you need to call Los from Flex Funding. Call Los Flex Funding. Give them the number, Los, to call. What's the number? 925.
Putting it in right now.
Okay.
Thanks.
Los will be putting that up. We got a little bit of breaking news while we go to Los's number here, guys.
It's not
Shell has announced in non-baseball news the women's gymnastics has won the gold medal. All right.
Nice.
Go USA.
Way to go, ladies.
USA. All right. There we go. Led by Simone Biles. Man, Look at that. We put the flag up for the Americans. Yes. You know what, guys? That's pretty good news. This gal was but competing with a calf injury, and she went out there and stuck it. She let's give it up for the USA winning the gold where it didn't look too good at first, and then they made it into the final round, and then they win it. So congratulations. All right. And Shell has an interview on August 14th for promotional position. All right. Let's go. Let's go.
Go get him, Shell.
Go get him, Shell. Check out Shell's work, guys, on Instagram. Let me give her a shout out. She does some excellent photography work, guys. If you want to check out, let me pull up her Instagram, Red Jet Shell. Red Jet Shell. Go catch that. She's got some tremendous stuff, original photography stuff that she puts together. So go check her out on Instagram. She says, not now. Okay. Not now, guys. Okay. Anyway, guys, and the men's gymnastics won the bronze medal. Okay. Hey, good job.
What time
Paul
is
DeYoung just traded to the Royals. Paul DeYoung going to the Royals.
Great Paul DeYoung.
So the Royals.
Rangers are also finalizing a deal to acquire Andrew Chafin from the Tigers.
Okay, the left-handed pitcher. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The Rangers. I'm hearing the Rangers are not going to throw in the towel, but they're going to go for it.
I think they're only 5 games back or something, so they can.
Yeah,
there's some room to catch up.
Well, they can hit.
I heard a rumor that the Rangers like Conforto.
I heard that too. I saw that. Yeah.
See if it happens.
I'm saying that he goes today.
I think so too. Did you guys see his interview where he I forgot what he exactly said, but he's like, it's out of my control, something along those lines. It's like whatever happens or something like that. So I think
I'll
he's
be right back.
He said I'm hoping I get to stick with these guys. So it's a little hopeful. I think he's kind of expecting to get traded as well. They should trade him. He should go to a team that can make a run, really.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic this time of the year because everybody has a different personality, and some guys might take it personal that they're on the trading block. You know what I mean? Like these last few days up until the deadline, they're like, "Oh, you don't think that much of me?" And then if you don't get traded and you come back to the team, yes, I get it. You have to be a professional, which I agree. You have to be. But, there's some kind of butthurt feeling, so to speak. And, not everybody sometimes handles it all that well. So this is a very interesting time of the year for different reasons. You've got to remember, these guys are human beings. They got families, and to just uproot and go from one city to one city right in the middle of the season, not the easiest thing in the world to do, but it's part of the game.
It's part of the game. It's a business.
Yep, absolutely.
At the end of the day, it is what it is. But I mean, you always want to give, if you're trading away a player, you always want to sort of give them an opportunity to succeed, just so that you have a good reputation too as a GM, as the head of your team, so that because players talk. I remember we talked about this. It was last year. Yeah, it was last year, I think, with Ross Stripling and Alex Wood. They were very vocal in their concerns and opposition of Farhan and Kapler. How, if you remember, Farhan was just toying with Stripling. He would send Stripling to Sacramento, then he would call him back up, and then he would send him back to Sacramento. That takes a toll on players, especially when it's a 162 game season, and players talk.
They do.
Players talk to each other, and if your organization gets a reputation of being this sort of classless, heartless organization, that can what's the word? Can make players not want to sign with you.
It can tarnish the image for sure.
Exactly. Yeah, it can definitely tarnish the image. So I mean, you at the end of the day, it's still a business, but you want to be able to put these players in at least nicer positions than what you're in now.
And not only do players talk amongst themselves, but a lot of them share the same agent or agency, and the agents talk. And, the Giants, as we talked about last night, are getting a reputation that if you sign a contract there, like there's a good chance you're not going to finish your contract there. So, you got to uproot and move to the Bay Area, like maybe other than LA, the most expensive area in the country to live. And you're going to put down roots. Like you think twice about buying a house. It's like, knowing Farhan, he might get rid of me. I'm not buying a house. I'll rent for a little while. I mean, those are little things behind the scenes that they do come into play. Again, these guys are human beings. And it absolutely, they are getting a reputation at not being able to keep guys long term. And they talk about it. So,
hey guys, here's some news that now if I'm president of baseball ops, I'm jumping on this and finding out what's going on. Garrett Cole scratched from tonight's start. Is there deeper meaning to that? Do they need a starting pitcher now? Who do the Giants have? You got Blake Snell. Get on the phone with the Yankees and the Orioles and pigeonhole those two guys and leverage.
Pit them against each other, damn it.
Yes, pit them against each other and say, okay, I got Snell, Yankees, I want Dominguez, and I want or Jones, Spencer Jones, a couple of outfielders that are ready to go right now. You could even do it with Webb. Man, just think about this. The Giants have Blake Snell and Robbie Ray, both who could opt out this year. Snell will opt out if he continues. Robbie Ray, there's no guarantee that if Robbie Ray has 10 more quality starts, that he's not walking, right?
I don't know about Robbie Ray because
I doubt if he walks because he's got 2 years remaining.
Right, because if he opts in, then he's on the books for 2 more years, right?
Correct.
At $25 million. If
right.
I
doubt he walks.
I were in his shoes, I would take the $50 million guaranteed and just
absolutely.
I mean, because there's no guarantee. We saw it with the pitching market this offseason.
Right.
Snell was looking for like 6 and 180, and he got 2 and 62, I think.
The only thing Ray might want to be able to do is if he can leverage, get a third or fourth year out of it, and maybe he takes 22, 23 million, but gets 2 more years on top.
Exactly.
And he gets let's say he gets a $90 million deal for 4 years, and he versus 50 for 2.
Yeah,
you might look and say, I think I'll take that the way baseball's going because. So it remains to be seen.
You were mentioning about pitting teams against each other, Dan. I love those movies like Draft Day with Kevin Costner and Moneyball to a certain extent. I love the behind the scenes of GMs trying to wheel and deal and make deals and on the phone. I mean, that scene with Brad Pitt where he's got like 3 guys on hold and he's pitting them against each other. Like, yeah, I know you want this guy, but I'm going to get him and blah, blah, blah. That's how you work the phone. That's sales. And I don't know if Farhan has those skills as a salesman. He is an IT data guy. He's not a salesman. And in order to be able to leverage and get the most you can on these transactions, you have to be good in sales. You have to be good on the phone. You have to have verbal and listening skills. And I just don't know, quite frankly, if he does. If he does move Snell, he better get one hell of a package back for him.
Wow, there we go. Look at the new news. Jeff Passan reporting the Mets are finalizing a deal to acquire right-handed starter Paul Blackburn from the A's. Okay. Blackburn's not bad.
He's pretty good. He's not bad at all.
He's a solid 3 or 4 guy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's just look at the standings now. The Phillies have made moves. The Dodgers have made moves. Have the Brewers made moves?
They got Frankie Montas.
Oh yeah,
from the Reds.
Brewers made moves. The Braves got Soler. They got Luke Jackson.
Mets have now made a move.
The Mets have made a move.
AJ Preller's going to make a move.
Mm-hmm. They've already got that reliever Adams, I think, from the Rays.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to keep on making moves. The
Diamondbacks.
D-backs have made moves. The Pirates have not made a move. I don't know if the Pirates are going to make a move. I saw that they were out on a couple of Rays players. I think Yandy Diaz they were out on. I don't know what the Pirates are going to do because their pitching is pretty good, but their offense is really inconsistent. It's sort of like the Giants. I think they might hold still. The Cardinals have made moves. The Giants have not made moves to buy. The Reds have sold, and the Cubs have sort of bought and sold. So you're really looking at the teams right above you. You're looking at the D-backs, Pirates, and Cardinals. If you want to make the playoffs, you're going to have to jump them and jump either the Padres, Braves, or Mets. So I don't understand what Farhan's thinking when he's saying, "Oh, I don't have to buy. I can just sell Soler and plug Luciano in, and we're just all of a sudden going to be playing better." Maybe he thinks the pitching is going to carry them, but now with you trading away Cobb, you are really thin in the starting rotation. Your starting rotation is Webb, Snell, Harrison, Birdsong, and Ray. Those are the 5 guys. You have Wisenhunt in the minors. You have Roop in the minors. You have guys that can make spot starts. But if one of those guys goes down, like if Ray goes down with another injury, or if Ray doesn't pitch well to finish the rest of the season, Birdsong he's pitched 80 something innings. His max innings pitched in a professional season is 100. So Birdsong's getting up there with his innings pitched. And they're going to be relying on him to finish out the season. Harrison's going to be reaching his max innings pitched soon. There are some guys on this team that are kind of questionable. The only 2 kind of solid spots are Webb and Snell, and Webb has looked kind of shaky his past couple starts. Your depth all of a sudden for your starting rotation is kind of iffy. And with you kind of wanting to rely on your starting rotation.
Another trade, JT Schwagwell going from the Marlins to the Mariners.
Who reported that?
That was reported. I just saw it. It was on MLB Network. So don't know who actually couldn't see it. It wasn't Passan. Who's the other guy that reports besides some of it's Nightingale and then
Morosi,
Buster Olney,
Rosenthal.
Rosenthal.
Heyman,
yeah. It seems like they rotate, doesn't it? Like, hey, it's your turn.
Yeah, exactly.
What time is the deadline officially over? 6 o'clock Eastern time?
Yeah, 3 o'clock here. Yeah,
2 hours.
3 o'clock our time.
Mm-hmm. Los, I don't know if you were hearing what I just said, but I was saying.
No, I had to get a call. What was up?
Birdsong is reaching his innings max. Ray, he's had 1 start since his return from Tommy John. Harrison is going to be reaching his innings max this season. The pitching could be kind of inconsistent down the stretch, and you're all of a sudden super thin in the starting rotation just because you've traded Cobb away. So if someone goes down or if someone isn't pitching all of a sudden well, it could get kind of ugly along with your hitting being super inconsistent and you not adding a hitter. Now, with them trading Cobb away, Snell is not going anywhere. Snell is not going anywhere. Snell is staying here. They're not. I don't think they're going to make any other moves.
No, they're
in the
not making
starting
anything
rotation.
significant. Nope,
No.
nothing significant. Snell will stay. I think if there's a move today, that I think there's a deal that Conforto might go. I could see possibly Estrada going into a deal to help somebody, maybe even Lamont Wade. I'm expecting the Astros to get Yandy Diaz today.
You think so?
I do. I think they're hot on him.
Then if they don't move Snell, or really anybody significant for that matter, then they're doing exactly what Dan alludes to. They're not going in the fast lane. They're not going in the right lane. Staying where they always stay, which is in the middle, which translates to a 500 baseball, because that's what the con man Farhan has sold to the fan base, and most of them have ate it up and accepted it. So you get what you get. We shouldn't be surprised. This is who he is.
That we shouldn't be surprised. I mean, for all the Soler haters and doubters, his last week or two was really good, and for the past month or something, he was actually a net positive for this team. I'm gonna pull up his stats real quick. His overall season wasn't great, but if you look at the past couple weeks to month, he was actually pretty well. Let me share this.
I guarantee you he's not going to be hitting leadoff for Atlanta.
No. Look at his last 30 games. He was hitting 270 with a 356 on base and a slugging of 461. That is an OPS of 817. So, I mean, if you look at the past month, Soler was actually doing pretty well, and he was contributing to this team. And their offense was still inconsistent. So I don't know how much better it's going to get. I don't know why Farhan just assumes that this offense is going to get better all of a sudden with trading Soler away. Because, I mean, he wasn't as bad as people say.
Did you guys happen to study the kid we got from Atlanta? Third baseman? I did.
Yeah, he's a swing and miss guy is what I read, right?
He's got some pop. He's got good size. He can pick it at third. He's got a really good arm. He could play first base as well. They say he's got really good power. I think he's only 19 or 20, if I remember. So, intriguing.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Hey, we got a description of Farhan right here coming. Isn't that the truth? A tiger's stripes won't change, but yours should. See, Farhan doesn't evolve, man. He just does the same thing over and over again. What's the definition of insanity, Los?
Keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results.
Yeah. Robert Rothberg out there.
Yep.
This is year 6. We're looking at the 5th of 6 years, most likely being under 500. Why are we doing this? This is not the Pittsburgh Pirates of this decade. This is not the Kansas City Royals. This is not some low-level market team, the Oakland A's. This is the 5th largest market revenue-wise, and we're sitting here looking at doing the same thing over and over and over and over again, and the Giants seem to love it.
Too many of the fans do as well, and I don't understand why he's not held accountable.
It doesn't make any sense. And you're looking at so many beat reporters. It's insane what the lengths they'll go to defend him and this team. I don't understand it. I seriously don't understand it.
Check that comment out. It's the exact thing Matthews in Atlanta and knows he follows the Braves and the Giants says, boy, the exact same thing happened with Soler in 21. He was awful most of the season, got hot a little bit before the deadline. Royals traded him to Atlanta, and he stayed hot, ending up winning World Series MVP. He's going to be.
We definitely couldn't use him because he's not going to get hot with no World Series here anytime soon. So, yeah,
he's gonna be totally recharged.
Oh, he's gonna rake in Atlanta.
He's
and watch Luke Jackson find his stuff back and become dominant. Because you know what?
You take off that Giants uniform and you're like.
Well, you go into a packed place and you get a lot of fans that are really passionate with what's going on. I mean, you go watch a game back east and the fans. There's no comparison to the intensity between. I mean, go to the Midwest where you went: Chicago, St. Louis,
loved it,
Atlanta. You pick up some of those. I mean, Florida's dead when it comes to baseball, in my opinion. Florida's where sports teams kind of go to die, even though they won the Stanley Cup, like the Florida Panthers. Sure, you're going to get excited. You get an excited crowd. You're winning the Stanley Cup, but doesn't, for the most part, unless it's football, Florida teams feel kind of, like they're not too high. They got the Miami Heat. They got they're high on the Bucks and the Dolphins, but the rest of the South, the Deep South is big on football.
Huge.
Not so much. They're huge in college football, pro football. They're not much with anything else to me. Baseball and NBA.
When you think of great baseball towns, what cities come to mind right away?
Boston.
Yep.
Chicago, Cubs.
Yep.
New York.
St. Louis.
Yep.
New York. And I would Atlanta. Atlanta's a big baseball town. I mean, they're packed all the time. Philadelphia.
Yeah. You think Atlanta's a good baseball town?
I do. Matthew would know more. He lives in Atlanta. Matthew, tell us, is Atlanta savvy, hungry, enthusiastic baseball town over the Braves, or have they grown? Maybe they were in the 90s more so than now. Maybe they got a little bit stale. I wonder, got spoiled winning it every year in the 90s.
I asked that question because I think for a long time San Francisco would be considered a pretty good baseball town, a very knowledgeable fan base. Even in the Candlestick years, there may not have been sellouts every night, but there was a core and a lot of fans that didn't go to games. There was just good knowledge of the game, like they understood the game. And I asked that question last night, and Bora kind of threw it out there, and I thought about it today, and I think he's right. I think it is 75% of the Giants fan base right now are casual fans. And what's the definition, Bora, in your opinion, what's the definition between a casual fan and a hardcore Giants baseball fan?
It's people who've played the game versus people who haven't played the game.
That's one.
People who just go into the ballpark to have a few drinks, have fun, and people who go to the ballpark to actually watch and analyze the game. Yeah.
I think let me use an analogy. I think a casual baseball fan is like a dude dating. It's just like I'm dating. I'm going out with different chicks, whatever. This happens, blah, 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 blah. I think the hardcore baseball fan is like thinking long-term, thinking marriage, thinking family. And that's why some of us want long-term ideas, younger players and younger prospects for the bigger picture, because we want that World Series title at the end of the day, not just making it. That's they don't consider just making it in St. Louis and in New York. And I guarantee you in Philadelphia, if there was a chat similar to ours that was on Philadelphia Phillies baseball and they saw some of the things that we see here in the chat, holy crap, the rest of the chat would kill them verbally, as probably would the host.
Yeah.
Fact.
we got some funny stuff going. We get Matthews comment on Atlanta, basically sells out every single home game. They're more popular now than they were in the 90s. And then Robert Rothberg says Nick and Robert are talking, and Robert says, Nick, I know the Giants have the 5 best starting pitchers in baseball. I think he means best rotation, but Nick fires back with 25th in team ERA. Robert, you're letting your emotions get to you. We got to get you. We love you, Robert. You're one of our favorites here on NorCal Sports Network, but we got to get you thinking more in reality. We don't want to go homerism here.
Yeah, we can't have blinders on. Blinders are what horses use at the racetrack. This is blinders. Like, I can only see the Giants. The Giants are the only organization in baseball. For you to say that they have the 5 best starting pitchers in all of baseball, I want you to think hard about that comment and think about all the great pitchers you're leaving off that list.
Is he saying 5 best as a rotation?
I think he means rotation.
I hope so.
I think he means rotation, but still,
I would argue that as well.
Oh yeah, you can come on. You can come up with 4 or 5 just right off, boom, just like that.
Yeah,
I'm going to step out for a second.
Yeah, we can't just dismiss what Snell did the first 3 months of the year. This is a very, very what have you done for me lately society. You know, it's just like everybody. Yes, Snell is pitching great right now. Yes, he has a track record of pitching great in the second half. Let's hope that continues. But you can't just dismiss how bad.
Robert, are you saying? Can you clarify 5 best starting pitchers or 5
best rotation?
The rotation, best rotation. Please clarify that. Nick says, "Leave Robert alone." Listen, Dan, leave Robert alone. Y'all leave Robert alone.
Oh, hey, we're not angry at Robert.
We're angry.
We're just trying to understand his reasoning.
Yeah, and we love Robert. Robert
is old school. He goes back further than me and Dan as far as baseball goes, which is a little bit surprising that he thinks just Giants baseball and doesn't think about baseball as a game and appreciate other talent that's on other teams. Because as I've gotten older, I think Dan could concur. As you get older, you're not just a homer and only about your team. You recognize talent from other teams. And sometimes it could be from a rival. You don't got to like them, but you damn well respect it.
Check this out.
Appreciate that, love.
Yeah, new member. Thanks, Shell. Appreciate you. Yeah, Shell's one of my favorites in the chat.
We need to be
a lot of them. We got a lot of them. We got a lot of favorites out here.
We need to be more positive per Michael Rotter, Dan, about the Giants.
Where's he saying that? Thank you, Shell, as a new member. You guys too, can we give a shout out to new members? New members are always get their comments near the top. We don't have time. You know, we got so many in the chat. We got almost 400 people watching right now. I'm not sure how many of that is on YouTube. It's probably half and half, but we got a lot of people watching on YouTube, a lot of people watching on X. If you would, please join and subscribe the channel. Just hit subscribe. And we got some member perks for some of our members. So we appreciate all of those. And Michael Roeder, we go from the positive of Shell to the depths of the sea. Damn, you guys are so negative all the time. How are we negative, Michael? Tell us. You want to come on and join?
This I want to hear. Yeah, come on.
You want
to the chat? We can discuss it.
Send me your NorCal Sports Network, Michael. Just send me an email, and I'll email you the link, and you can come on in, and we'll give you the floor for a couple of minutes and tell us how we are negative. What did we say that was negative?
I'm not sure, but Michael Roder. Yeah, tell me how to pronounce your name. I definitely want to.
It's Roder. It's Roder.
It's Roder. Apologize. Yeah. No, I really respect people's names. So Roder. Gotcha. Yeah, let us know. Is it negative, or are we being real and honest about where the team is at? We're still under 500. They still have a GM that is not really doing much.
Nick says, how long are you going to go today? Real quick, Nick, we are going to go until the deadline passes. We'll stay here till a little after 3 because a lot of deals will get announced right after 3 o'clock. Okay, we're not going to end it right at 3. You'll have a lot of deals come through between 3 and 3:30. I don't know if we'll stay till 3:30 because most of them will be within, the first 15 minutes. But one of us will be on here. I'm not sure if all 3 of us or 2 of us will be on at that time because there's a lot to commit to, but one of us will stay on for a little bit longer. So thank you guys for sticking with us. We're getting everything up to date as fast as we can. Anything? Let's see if we get Blake Snell. I'm hearing something talking about them, but they're not saying he's getting traded on MLB. They're just saying he could be a game 1 starter in the World Series for somebody.
Oh, I guess he wants us to back off Robert.
Oh, back off Robert. Okay. Well, we're not getting on Robert. We're trying to just give reality.
How long has Michael been part of our show?
I'm not sure.
Let us know, Michael. How long have you been on with us? Because Robert Rothberg has been with us from the very beginning last year, and we always go back and forth with him in good ways and in debate ways. It's always good. It's always respect, for sure. We've said many times we love Robert's passion for the game.
Roder is an OG. Ryan says Roder's an OG. Okay. Oh, he's not sure.
No doubt.
Mark, okay, we got some. Okay,
the Brewers lost McGill, their closer, to a back injury, and Devin Williams, their primary
just came back.
Is just coming back.
Yeah,
he's coming back from back injury. Backs are not something to play with, so they could be had for a closer. I don't know what their farm system necessarily looks like, but if they call and ask about Duvall, again, if they're willing to give up a pretty damn good prospect. That guy they got from the Braves was the 17th rated prospect.
Yeah.
Correct? Okay.
You're correct.
So if you're trading Duvall, you better get a top 10 prospect back for him.
Right.
Minimum. If you're trading Snell, you better get multiple prospects back for him. I'm serious. Like, Farhan, if you're going to do something here in these next hour and 40 minutes, like, please get the value, understand the value of what you're getting rid of, and get something back in return. Because our whole philosophy about selling doesn't mean nothing if you're not getting back stuff in good quality back in return.
Yeah. Mark Graves says, Dan, you're negative because he doesn't agree with what you're saying instead of taking it as constructive criticism. Yeah, we're not being negative with Robert. We're just giving, as Mark says, just constructive criticism. We love Robert. Robert is, look, man, I respect my elders, okay? Robert's older than me. I don't, one thing that's really lacking in this society is people do not respect their elders. I do not, I don't get on Robert. The guy that got on Robert's no longer here, okay? I don't get on Robert. Robert used to drive the other guy crazy, Eric. I never lose my voice and go screaming at Robert, okay?
He did. Come on, man!
Come on! What are you doing, Robert?
Or we can use my analogy that I used last night that I'll just keep between us when somebody says something that we don't like. Quiet! Private joke, guys. Private joke. Silence! That got a good
Do not talk back to the great.
Oh, man, that was good.
Yeah. Hey, look, Robert's Nick. Yeah, you're right. Robert is a big fan of the Giants. He supports the Giants. He's probably not going to change in the fact that he's just all out supports him, and that's fine.
Yeah.
We will tell you what our thoughts are. Robert can tell us what his is. That's what this should be. Hey, look, this is America. It's called freedom, right? We should be free to make our own choices. And unless we're, choices have consequences, right? Like if you do something wrong, you're free to go rob a store, but there should be, well, I guess nowadays you're free to just loot and walk into Walgreens in San Francisco and take what you want. There are no consequences. But in the day I grew up in, if you did something like that, there were consequences. You had the freedom to do it, but you spent time in the slammer or whatever. Today, there's unfortunately no consequences for a lot of things. But
I would say 80 to 90% of the chat.
We got an hour and a half to go.
Yeah.
And we got a lull here. We haven't had a trade in the last 30 minutes. The last deal we had was Paul Blackburn to the Mets. So I'm expecting a flurry.
It'll go down. It'll go down in the last hour for sure. But no, I was saying that, tell me in the chat if I'm wrong, but I would say 80 to 90% of our subscribers and chat members, they appreciate and like honesty and being upfront. Look, we live in a world where we're lied to a lot. We're lied to by our bosses. Hey, you're going to get a raise, no problem. Absolutely. Company's doing well. 6 months later, no raise. We're lied to by politicians. Day in, day out, week in, week out. I don't want to go there, but we know that's a fact. So I think when we go to sports talk, if you want to be lied to and just told, oh yeah, everything's great, everything's rosy with the Giants, like they're on track, they look really strong contender. We're not going to be real. So I would think that it is appreciated that we're going to be honest. Look, we give the Giants love when they do well. Don't think that we don't. And we have praised Farhan on the few times that he has done well and made a right move. So I think we're consistent with that.
Chat was asking for my email. There it is, NorCal Sports Network. Whoops, I hit the 2. Sorry about that. Instead of the @ it didn't hold it down. It's NorCal Sports Network at Gmail. NorCal Sports Network at gmail.com is my email. So anybody wants to email me. All right, Chardal. Let's give Chardal a shout out as a new member. Let's get another one. Come on, crowd. Thank you, Chardal. Thank you, Chardal.
See now, Shell gets it. She's a San Francisco native, as am I. And when you're raised in the city, it's a little bit different than being raised in other parts of the Bay Area for sure. So we want to be real. We want to be upfront. We want to be blunt sometimes. And hey, I'm sorry if I ruffle some feathers, but we're just going to give honest observation of what we see. And let's be real, baseball's a long season. So what we may think and what we may say in April could change. It doesn't mean we change our opinion. It just means we observe. A guy could be struggling in April and we could go, oh man, he sucks. Man, he's done. And all of a sudden come mid to late May and early June, he's hitting and doing well. He's made adjustments, whatever the case may be. We're going to say, oh, he's doing well. So we're going to be real based upon, again, I keep saying it, the eye test. What we see is what we're going to respond to and what we're going to be real about. That's not going to change.
Yeah, guys. And if you're watching for the first time, please hit the subscribe button there on YouTube, NorCal Sports Network. Subscribe. We're growing. Channel is moving. And we appreciate you following along with us. Really do. Really, really do. Looks like a small little trade. Trevor Richards going to the Twins.
Tanner Scott to the Padres. It's a good move.
Did that get done?
Yep, according to the chat. That's
Whoa.
Tanner Scott's nice move, Padres.
Yes, it is official. Tanner Scott, Jeff Passan breaking. Tanner Scott from the Marlins to the Padres. Wow. What does that do for the Padres? They got Suarez too.
It's a nice bullpen.
That's how you win championships.
How do the Giants win their championships? Everybody can talk about
4-4.
Their starting pitching, but man, their relievers were locked down. You know who's such an underappreciated member of those Giants championship teams it's Javi Lopez. Was there another guy that was more nails than that guy going up against tough left-handed hitters in the 7th and 8th and 9th innings? Like just crucial situations coming up against Ryan Howard, Josh Hamilton, Bryce Harper, just countless tough left-handed hitters. You know, the Giants and those World Series teams played a lot of 3-2, 4-3 games, like edge of the seat, like one mistake and the game turns. And Javi Lopez, Jeremy Affeldt, Sergio Romo, and Brian Wilson, and then you could even throw in who's the other closer? Latino guy. Why is his name escaping me? Help. He was closer after Romo. He was solid as well. The bullpens help you win championships. Because let's face it, guys, say it all the time, starters don't go 9 innings anymore. Ed Coletti said that so much. So the bullpen in October is huge. So that's a great move for the Padres. They just strengthened their team. Thank you, Casilla. Santiago Casilla. Thank you.
Yep, Casilla, Romo, Affeldt, and
that could be something that the Giants could be looking to get back in return.
Yeah.
Right now, how would you grade the back end of their bullpen, Dan? Let's say the Giants were 20 games over 500 and they were a solid contention for a playoff berth. Would you feel good with Doval and the Roger brothers and Ryan Walker late in games in October? Right now, I would say they're average at best.
Yeah. So this is a big move for the Padres. I don't see how the Giants. The Padres to me are a lock to make one of the wild cards. The Braves. That means the Giants are competing with several teams for one spot. That's Arizona, the Mets, the Pirates. I think they're going to have a really difficult. Yeah.
Fear the beard. I wonder what that guy's up to nowadays. What a personality he was.
Yeah.
I love Brian Wilson.
Let me check. I'll check that, Nick.
Yeah, Richard, I agree. Hicks is going to be in the bullpen. I don't know how effective he's going to be. I don't know how much arm he has left. That's disturbing that Harrison is getting up to his innings maximum. Birdsong is up to his innings maximum. Hicks has already surpassed his innings maximum. God, I hate beating a dead horse, but man, the game is just, starting pitchers are so babied. My God, it just changes the dynamics of baseball when you have guys that are fading out in July and August. Like there's 2 more months of the season. And if you make the playoffs, you're playing another month of baseball. Like conditioning, whatever the case may be, just, I don't know. I don't have an answer, but I love to bring that question up to baseball executives like Ned and other people that really, really, really know the game as to why it's so difficult for pitchers to be able to throw more innings on their arm. I think Brian Iglesias made a great point. A lot of it might have to do with the pitch clock. To be throwing that hard, having that much spin rate, and then have to do it every 30 seconds instead of taking your time, doing your routine, then throwing the pitches. The other thing that is not brought up too is how many pitches a pitcher needs to throw in between innings to warm up. I mean, you think about it. If their limit is 80 to 90 pitches per game, let's say call it 100. How many pitches does it take to warm up before the game? I used to sit by, when I went to Candlestick, I would sit by the bullpen, and give or take, a starting pitcher would probably throw 15 to 20 minutes to warm up. That's probably anywhere between 30 and 40 pitches. So you add that to the 100 pitch max. And then in between innings, Dan, would you say to warm back up again is another 8 to 10 pitches? Is that fair? So if you do the math on that, 6 innings times another 10 pitches in between innings, that's another 60 pitches. So now between warm-ups before the game, warm-ups in between innings, and the actual pitches, we're getting close to 180 pitches. Does that sound fair? Does that sound right? So it blows me away how guys back in the day would go 9 innings, use the same amount of warm-up pitches in between or before the game, and throw 140 pitches during the game. So now we're talking about 250 pitches. 4 days later, they're out there doing it again. They did not get hurt that much. So I don't know. Something to think about.
Okay. I'm just deleting some comments that are, kind of trollish comments. So anybody that's putting false reports out there, I'm just going to delete it. Okay. So
Missed them. Yes, Robert, it applies to all other teams. That's correct. This is not a Giants rant. This is a game of baseball rant. Just the lack of starters being able to go long. Yeah, it's an MLB issue, if you want to call it that.
So we're down to 1 hour and 22 minutes left before the trade deadline. Just seeing if anything else is popping up here. Checking Jeff Passan, Bob Nightingale, John Heyman.
Hey, Red Jet.
Hey, so the
Shell
deal
has a question for you, Dan.
Yeah,
Shell has a question for you.
absolutely. Let's see how I do that. I got to figure out how to do that. I need my tech guys in here. I think when Bora comes back, he could do that. Let's see. How do we do that? Yes, we will make you a mod. I got to figure out how to do that.
Yeah, keep the flex funding phone number up.
Okay. Thanks, Ryan. We got it. We got Jet Shell as a mod. Okay. Coming in. All right. Hey, I gotta.
Red, we need your marketing skills to bring more people to the channel. Let them know.
Yes. Absolutely. Red, we need that.
Yes, Nick J, I can do a HELOC. If you have enough equity on the property, absolutely.
Hey, I'm gonna step out. I gotta use I've been drinking a lot here, and I gotta use the men's room here real quick.
Handle it. Oh my God, I'm alone. I don't know what to do. Yeah, this is an interesting day. Seems like most of the trades go down at the very last minute. It's like a New Year's Eve kind of thing. Like, I don't know if I'm an executive, I want to beat people to the punch and get the player that I want. But there is a lot of negotiating. There's a lot of people on the phones right now. So, somebody could have a trade 5 minutes ago or they thought verbally, and then 2 minutes later, another executive calls and offers a sweeter package. So that shit fascinates me, man. Like I said, I enjoyed Moneyball a lot, just the behind the scenes, working the phones, and necessarily putting a team together, the dynamics of it all. Just like I liked the football movie with Costner, Draft Day, I believe it was called. So yeah,
I love Draft Day. I love Draft Day.
Oh man, pancake eating motherfucker. He got his draft picks back, and he got the players that he wanted. He got the running back, and he got the outside linebacker.
And he got the Putney, the kick returner or the punt returner.
What do we need? What do we need? Special teams. I want Putney. Come on, man. I love that. That's high stakes shit right there. I love that.
Mm-hmm. Here's the return for Tanner Scott. He's sending Robbie Snelling, Adam Mazur, Graham Pauly, and Jay Bashirs for Marlins relievers Tanner Scott and Brian Hoeing. Guess what those prospects are ranked in the Padres farm system for two relievers?
I would say top 25.
Wrong.
Top
three top 5 prospects.
Oh, wow. Wow. See, that's what I'm talking about. See, that's how you leverage. That's how you sell. Man, hey, the Padres, for the moment, like for now, got a better end of that trade, but for long term, Miami's getting back 3 top 5 prospects for a relief pitcher.
Mm-hmm, for 2 relievers.
Oh my God! So what can you get for Snell? Like probably the best.
What can you get for Snell? You could get something for the Rogers brothers. I mean, Taylor Rogers and Tyler Rogers could get you something.
Yes.
Doval could get you something. This is a complete seller's market, and you need to take advantage of this. This is ridiculous. Yes. I mean, 3 top 5 prospects, and the Padres prospects, for the most part, have panned out. I mean, look at that trade with look at the Soto trade. The Nationals got James Wood, Abrams. Who else did they get? Mackenzie Gore. Who else? Did they get someone else?
I think there was a 4th player, but
was it Hassel? Was it Hassel?
Those 3 players you named right there are damn good.
Was Abrams an all-star this year?
I believe so.
I mean, for a couple years of Juan Soto, AJ Preller loves to sell his prospects for proven veterans right now. I don't know if it's hurt him though, because I mean the Padres haven't won anything. The furthest they've gone is the championship series. I mean, do you think they would be better off right now if they had CJ Abrams, if they had James Wood, they had all the guys they've traded away? I think so.
In a heartbeat. When you look at trades like that, I mean, here, I'll just ask you this question direct, Bora. If you're a GM for a team and you have a player targeted, a superstar player targeted, and you know you're going to have to give up a ton of prospects, wouldn't you only do that if you thought that one player could help you win a World Series? Like, not just get to the playoffs as a 3rd wild card or even the 2nd wild card. You have to survey the whole thing and say, okay, if we get this guy, is it going to really help us win a World Series? Is it really going to make us better than Philadelphia? Is it going to make it better than Atlanta? Is it going to make us better than Dodgers? If the answer is no, then you don't do that. Did the Padres win a World Series with Juan Soto? No, they did not. Did he sell a few more tickets? Yes, he did. At the end of the day, when you look at that trade, Soto's in New York right now, and those guys are still in Washington. Winner, Nationals, in my opinion. So this is what we're talking about. I bet you there's a bunch of people that were on the with the Nationals saying, "Oh my God, they traded Soto. Oh my God, what a horrible move! They're giving up. They're giving up." I bet you those same people are saying, "Damn, we love what we got now for him."
The Nationals have a great future.
Yeah,
Nationals
think about it. Yeah, think about it for the future, and you get caught up in the moment, And that's what too many fans do. Way too many fans.
It's almost as if Preller doesn't believe in his farm system. And it's almost as if he thinks that his farm system's prospects won't pan out. When in reality, I think his farm system is one of the better farm systems in the league. His developmental system and his scouting system, his draft process is excellent. They're always replenishing talent after another. They're always having talent, and I mean that's the mark of a good organization, and that's the mark of a team who can develop prospects. So in essence, he can't. It's not as bad for him to just keep on giving prospects away because he knows that he can just keep on getting new prospects through the draft and through the farm system. At the same time, it's like he wants to go all in right now. Exactly, Mark. They desperately want to win a World Series, but I mean,
when you no matter what sport you're in, when you have a track record and you have a scouting department and you have a GM and an assistant GM and all that team together that is proven, Baltimore Ravens come to mind. Every year the Ravens hit on the draft. They just draft good players. When you are known for doing that year after year after year, you know what that you can do? When a guy does become a free agent and he's asking for the world and then some, you can say, go ahead. Or I'll trade you a year before, I'll get more picks back, and I'll hit on those picks. And those teams are going to be successful. You know, we just get caught up into the whole, well, if you don't win a World Series, if you don't win a Super Bowl, you don't win an NBA title, you're not successful. If you're good year after year after year because you do it in that manner, then that's all you can ask for. You put your team in a position to win. And some organizations are great at that, and some are horrible at that. And right now the Giants are horrible at that because they have not drafted well over the last 5 to 10 years for the most part. So they're having to overpay for free agents, and they're not hitting on these prospects when they pick. But Dan, while you were gone, the haul that the Marlins got for Tanner Scott, Board just said it's 3 top 5 prospects. Not 1, not 2, 3. That's a good haul. One of those, if one of those hits, it's a good move. If 2 hits, it's a great move. If all 3 hit, Jesus.
Who are the guys traded? Adam Mazur, Snelling, Mazur, and Polly. Okay, I'm looking at the Padres' top prospects right now. Robbie Snelling, left-handed pitcher, number 2 prospect. Estimated time of arrival next year in 25. Mazur, right-handed pitcher, also due in 25. And Polly, the 5th-rate prospect, a third baseman, second baseman, outfielder. The grades on Snelling, he's got a 55 fastball, a 60 curveball, changeup 50, control 55, overall of 55. Scouting report on him is a college recruit as both a pitcher and linebacker. Snelling helped seal his professional place on the mound by setting a Nevada State single-season record with 140. Oh my gosh, 140.
Thank you.
146 Ks in 62 1/3 innings.
Thank you. Now, would
over 2 an inning.
Would you 2 guys take that for both Roger brothers?
Of course.
Well,
not far.
Who did they traded?
Tanner Scott and Brian Honey.
2 relievers.
Yeah.
How about if you put Duvall in there?
Mm-hmm.
I would throw Duvall and one of the Rogers brothers. Shit, I might throw both of them in there for that haulback.
Farhan
under control for 5 years on contracts, and
but
with that,
Farhan doesn't
that
want to trade with his division. He doesn't remember 1987 Bob Quinn making one of the biggest blockbuster trades in Giants history, a 7-player deal. Giants getting back Kevin Mitchell, Dave Dravecky, and Craig Lefferts. And those 3 all contributed to winning the division that year, and then also going to the World Series 2 years later in '89.
Good point, Mark. Good point.
Don't think that the Giants are making the playoffs. I'm sorry. The Padres are making moves. They've bolstered their bullpen.
And you watch
Significantly. Arizona's going to make moves. Atlanta's going to get better. I mean, everybody who's ahead of the Giants are making moves and are getting better. I don't see, unless the Giants just completely go crazy and they stay consistent, which I don't see happening. I don't see a world where they can overtake any of these teams and make the playoffs. I just don't see it. And it's just going to be a repeat of the last 5 years. It's just going to be another repeat, and we're going to go into next season thinking the same thing, and it's just going to keep on being a repeated process after repeated process. It's embarrassing, quite frankly. Dan, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at Heyman. Nothing there. Let me look up passing. Nothing there. So nothing happened here. We're down to 1 hour and 8 minutes to go before the trade deadline. Hey, we've got almost 400 watching right now. Our MLB trade deadline live watch party. Make sure you subscribe if you're first time watching on YouTube. We're also available on X or Twitter, formerly Twitter, as many of you are watching us now from X. We rebroadcast the podcast on, well, it's actually live as well on Spotify, right? Should be live.
I don't know. Maybe.
Sure. You can pull it up on Spotify, catch us there. We're on Instagram, TikTok, and guys, just keep it tuned here we'll be back also tonight, guys, after the Giants A's game. We will be back. Giants A's post-game show tonight. Let's see.
I mean, Dan, if the Giants miss the playoffs, that has to be the end of Farhan, right? It has to be. You can't. There's no way you can justify not making the playoffs in 5 of your 6 years, not having a playoff series win in 6 years, and just continue to be head of operations. I don't see I can't see it happening. If the Giants don't make the playoffs, there has to be a major organizational restructure, I think.
I agree. See, I'm reading some of the chat here. Watch party, no food. Come on, Dan. Yeah, I needed you to come over, Mark, and do the grilling. You go stand out in the 110 degree weather. You grill. I'll sit in here where it's 75 right now. Oh, man. So I'm expecting a lot in the last half hour of it, man. All right. We got our buddy Nick going to join the show. Nick from the chat. Welcome, Nick. What do you got on your mind?
Hey, can you hear me?
We can, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's an hour left, but let's just be honest. They're not going to trade Snell. They're not going to trade anyone.
Nope.
And you have to look at this. This was the best sellers market I've seen in years, probably 10 years. It's never been look at what the Marlins have got. And the Marlins are kind of a joke organization, like Los alluded to. So, but just look at the prospect impact that they've had. They got Norby from the Orioles for Trevor Rogers, who's hasn't been good in 3 years.
Right.
They got Norby, and then from the Padres, they get Snelling, Pauly, and Mazur. The Padres have emptied their lit. They have nothing left pretty much now. They're going for it, and they have. And I agree with you. They're pretty much a lock to get one of the three wild card
and Padres have locked up 2 of the 3 spots, in my opinion. Now it comes down to the Mets and the Diamondbacks. maybe the Pirates. I don't see the Giants sneaking in there. I don't
Cardinals have made moves.
Cardinals, yeah. I don't see how they are able to. I think the Giants finish 11th when it all comes down to it. 10th or 11th.
Well,
when
here's
season's
another
done.
thought that crossed my mind. So check. Let's pretend for us. Let's be Robert Rothberg, and let's say they go on a run, and let's say they get the third wild card. Let's just say that happens.
Okay.
Here's the thing: the Giants can't win on the road. They are 22-33 on the road. I think they remember last year they were even worse on the road.
Right.
They couldn't win a game on the road to save their lives. If they get the third wild card, they got to go win a 3-game series on the road. They probably got to go to Milwaukee. You think this team can go win 2 out of 3 in Milwaukee? I mean, I guess it's possible, but I mean, it's baseball. Anything can happen. But if I was a gambling man, I'd be betting on the Brewers to go 2-0. You know, there's some
And all three games would be in Milwaukee.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got to win 2 out of 3 in Milwaukee. You know, the pitching, everyone talks about the pitching. I agree that it's trending upward with Snell, obviously. Harrison had a good game. I mean, he's good against the Rockies. Birdsong has been very good. But you're forgetting that Logan Webb is trending downward. Logan Webb has been rocked in 3 straight starts. I'm not even sure if I was the man. I mean, I know they would never do this, but if they had to play a 1-game playoff tomorrow, I don't know if I'm giving the ball to Logan Webb. I really
No, I'm giving it to Snell.
I would probably give it to Snell.
Hey, Hutch, good to see you. Go ahead. I'm sorry about that, Nick.
Oh, no problem. But it's a failure because I think, you know, even Bonte Hill kind of mentioned this, you know, the trade deadline, you had to go and you can't stay in the middle. If you wanted to go buy and, you know, save your job, whatever, you know, I wouldn't have agreed with that, but at least it's something. But you can't not buy and you can't not sell. You have to pick one. You can't do this, like, no disrespect to Paul, but he's from Oregon that has 3 home runs and 300 at bats in a ball. Like that does not move the needle whatsoever. The Bresnahan kid, he's 19, a projectable frame. I like the trade. Like, here's the thing: I don't mind either of those trades in isolation, but it's not enough. It's not enough at all when you look at what some of these other teams are getting.
You're cutting out a little bit, Nick. You might want to. I don't know if you're on a Wi-Fi or something. Maybe move closer to where you were before, because wherever the signal's going really in and out. Okay.
There it is. You want to hear something funny, guys? I took a call. I thought it was a business call, and it was somebody in the chat. They saw the number and they thought it was the NorCal hotline. I'm like, Josh, I told you, man, put it in the chat. We'll get you on. You can call in and you don't have to show your face. But I was like, nah, man, but if you need a mortgage, I got it for you, bro.
There we go.
We had a good laugh.
Yeah,
So
there we go.
He may be coming on here pretty soon.
All right. Nick is back in. All right, Nick, you're back in. Hopefully you got a better signal there.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, like I was saying, you know, the Sabalos, like those deals are fine in isolation, but it's not enough when you look at what these like the Blue Jays got a haul for Kikuchi,
Right.
who's a middling starter in my opinion. You know, he kind of profiles as a 4 in my opinion. You know, this can't be it, and it looks like it's going to be it. And so if the Giants miss the playoff, like, this guy's got to get fired. This was the best opportunity. You know,
Yes.
your farm system is not very good right now. I'm not going to say it's the worst in baseball, but it's probably, you know, especially with the way some of the seasons have gone for the guys in the minors, it's probably going to be ranked 20 to 25, I would guess, somewhere in that range. You didn't have a 2nd or 3rd round pick because you signed Snell and because you signed Chapman. So this was like your one opportunity to add some real impact depth. And 2 guys, Bresnahan and Sabalos, who, I don't even think Bresnahan was ranked.
Nope, he wasn't. We looked it up. We couldn't find him.
Now he's 19, so it's possible he's probably going to be ranked on the Giants list after the season.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say he's a nobody, but it's not enough, man. And what is the plan here? You can't stay in the middle. You either had to buy and go for it, or you had to completely sell.
Even Alex Pavlovich, give him, we get on Alex at times, but give him credit. He said they need to pick basically what I've been saying for a year. Pick a lane, pick a direction, and either sell and get new prospects or go buy and go for it. But this little trying to thread the needle with meaningless moves that are not improving the roster. It's the guys, Farhan, he signs them to 2-3 year deals, and he immediately, within a year, has to get rid of them.
Yeah, it's why, if you look at all the teams and you look at what they've done in free agency, and then you look at what, Farhan in free agency has been a disaster. Total disaster. Let's look at, the one good one he had was Gosman that lasted 2 seasons, and one of them was the pandemic season.
Yeah.
That was his one good one. He signed Listella, who had to be DFA'd in his final year because he was so unplayable. The Wood deal was bad after that initial 1-year deal. Same with Desclafani. All of these guys, Stripling.
Yep, all of them.
Not very good last year. Haniger, he had to trade Haniger. He had to trade Stripling this offseason. He just traded Soler. None of these moves have worked out.
None of them. And yet he doesn't want to play Ramos. He wants to basically send Ramos back down, first guy in spring training. He sends Fitzgerald back to the minors because he gets picked off.
Yeah, Fitzgerald was doghoused by this dumb team for a pickoff. For what, 2 months?
Exactly. And he wasted possible wins. Imagine if you had Ramos up from the beginning, if you had Fitzgerald playing, maybe you got 3 more wins. And maybe now instead of being 53 and 55, you're 56 and 52. So a huge difference. Now you're right there. You're totally in the spot. And that's just a difference of 3 games. 3 games. So I want to report something here. John Heyman just tweeted out that Dodgers were another team in on Tanner Scott at the end. That may have triggered the Padres to do more. That's how you do it.
Yep.
You leverage teams against one another. You pit them against one another, and you drive up the price. And
I don't think any GM in the league respects Farhan.
No, they don't. I can guarantee it.
I really think that every GM has every other GM on speed dial. And I think when Farhan's number pops up, I just think there's such a lack of respect for his baseball knowledge that they're either going to ignore him or they're going to get over on him. And that is just crushing this team and crushing this organization. That haul, Dan said it perfectly. That's how you leverage it. Tanner Scott, the Marlins are out here just dangling him, just throwing him out there. They're not waiting for calls. They're calling. Hey, I got Tanner Scott available. What do you want to give me to her? And then you make another call. Then you make another call. And whoever gives you the most, you go in on. Again, like I said, analogy is selling a house. You just put your feet up on the desk and you wait for the best offer and you take it. That's how you leverage, and that's how you get the most back for it. And he has not mastered that. And quite frankly, Giants GMs before that have not mastered that. They have rarely been in selling mode because they think selling is rebuilding.
I don't understand the hesitancy to just fully commit to a rebuild. It's not like your team's been good. You don't have a playoff win in 10 years or longer.
I think
10 years.
Let me address.
I think it's sorry, Dan. I think it's safe to say that there's a lot of reports out right now that if Farhan does not make the playoffs, he's going to get fired. So if he does sell, chances are he's not going to make the playoffs, right? Because they're getting rid of whatever talent that they do have.
Unless he's sold right.
I mean, exactly. So one thing that I had against Monte's argument is that what are we doing here? What's more important for San Francisco Giants fans and for the organization? Farhan's job security or the long-term, betterment of the team and the organization? Who cares? I mean, they'll get another GM. I hate this narrative. Like, oh my God, if this guy leaves, everything's going to fall apart.
It's already fallen apart.
Yeah, it's just not true. If he leaves, things will get better.
Absolutely, 100%. Hey, let me address this. This is kind of silly, but Chardal, I do numbers for a living. Okay, I know numbers. I do it all day long. When I said 3-game swing, they're 53 and 55. A 3-game swing would make them 56 and 52. And you said they can't be 50. They can be 56 and 55. Well, that would be the case if they played 111 games. But they've only played 108, Chardal. So 56 and 52 is 108. Same as 53 and 55 is 108. Don't question my numbers ability, Chardal. Gosh. They've played 108. They cannot be 56 and 55, Chardal. They might be in 3 days 56 and 55, but or 3 games, but not right now. They've only played 108. Okay? All right. Thank you. Jeez. I don't know why I addressed that, but drives me crazy with numbers. People get the numbers all screwed up. Okay.
Look at all the players that the Marlins have gotten. The Marlins have gotten 3
They've gotten
top
a haul,
5
man.
prospects from the Padres. They've gotten Norby. And it's not like these guys are world beaters. It's not like the Marlins have had superior talent.
They will surpass the Giants, though.
Soon. They will. I mean, Trevor Rogers is not a great starter.
He's been bad for 3 years.
Tanner Scott, I'm pretty sure, is a rental. So it's not like these guys are world beaters. They're not great. And the Marlins have just gotten a haul for them. Their future is now better than what it was earlier in the day.
Way better.
It's way better. And they can actually now have a building piece to build around. They have a block.
Let me bring this one up too. So another one of Farhan's signings. I've never understood this. They gave Taylor Rogers, the lefty, 3 years, $36 million, $12 million per. He doesn't even pitch high leverage innings. They hide him in the 6th inning to face a pocket of lefties.
Yep.
And he pitches twice a week. What was the point of that signing if he's not going to pitch high leverage innings?
His brother needed him to be on the team.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I think that's like it was like a little gimmick. Remember when they did Fan Fest and they were, oh, look at how cute this is. There's 2 twins.
Oh, that's Farhan saying, well, I studied the demographics of the Bay Area, and I noticed that there's 77,000 sets of twins in the Bay Area. And if I bring his brother here, that means that if 1/3 of those show up, that I'll make up this contract by having these twins. They'll say, oh my God, there's the Roger brother twins on the Giants. Isn't that cute? We're twins. Let's go out there and have Rogers days and get shirts and everything like that. And we can make a little bit more money in it. He's thinking like a business, not like a baseball man. Get out of here.
I mean, this guy's wasted so much money. He gives $12 million per to Taylor. He gives $6.5 million per to Jackson, who was a disaster.
$8 million.
The Haniger deal that's so hilarious. I mean, I'll give him a little bit of credit for realizing his mistake and getting an asset with Robbie Ray out of it and paying a little bit. Like, good job afterward. But you gave Haniger 3 years, $48 million. Like, he's wasted so much money. They tender arbitration offers to Yastrzemski. Yastrzemski's making $8 million this year to bat what? I mean, I know he's been hot lately, but he's, he is what he is. He's not a star. He's a second division regular.
Yeah. Tom Murphy, $4.5 million.
Tom Murphy. You had Bart on the roster.
Yeah.
the thing is, if they had I've always mentioned this, it's kind of a small potatoes thing, but they would not have had, like, Joey Bart was in his last option year this year. They would not have had to DFA him if they didn't stupidly bring him on the roster in that meaningless pandemic season. If they had just waited and rode that stupid season out with, who was it, Trump and Heineman or whoever it was. Like, who cares? That season was a wash. It was a pandemic season. Nobody cares about the pandemic season. Then Bart wouldn't have been on his last option year. But he brought Bart up too soon, which probably ruined his development. I mean,
Yep.
he's playing well with the Pirates now, which is good to see. He's a good kid. But it's just he's made all of these mistakes. He brought Meckler up to the roster last year and then remember what Meckler did? He struck out in like all of his at-bats because he wasn't ready. Now Meckler's on the 40-man and he's taking up a 40-man spot and he's been hurt all year. Like, there's just been so many mistakes made by this guy.
Yeah.
And nobody holds him accountable except for this network and to an extent Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7. Everyone else just gives this guy, like, they act like he's the smartest guy in the room. He's horrible. He's horrible.
Yeah, the Farhan apologists will say, well, he did a great job because he spent money this offseason. And it's just like, okay, let's see how the players that he spent money on perform. Isn't that what we do in sports? Don't we analyze this until after we see the product? And they were immediately giving this guy praise, saying he spent money. You guys were all complaining about him spending money. So he spent money. Now he's great. It's just such a horrible, horrible analysis of, giving the guy praise and not seeing exactly what that money was spent on and what it's done. We just broke it down. Like, if we broke down all the money he's given in the last 2 years, like, I don't know if there's one solid value contract. Either he's moved off on them or they're still here collecting money that they shouldn't be. And I don't care how many billions of dollars the Johnsons have as ownerships. Let me tell you something. Billionaires don't like losing money at all. And if you just look at the facts on what he has spent and the return that he's gotten on it, that's a lot of bad spending right there. A lot.
Yep. Hey, we got what, just over 45 minutes to go. Dodgers got to make a move. Don't you think it's going to be somebody like Flaherty? Flaherty's going somewhere today.
I wonder if Scooble's going to move.
No, Scooble's not going anywhere.
Scooble, Snell.
No, they're not. They're staying.
Mm-hmm. The return, the asking price was way too high for them.
Who have Dodgers got? They got Edman and who else?
Kopech.
And they got Rosario. Ahmed
Rosario. Yeah, second base has been a problem for them.
I think they might be moving Lux in a deal.
Lux has been horrible.
He picked up the last couple of weeks. He was player of the week a couple of weeks ago. His bat's starting to pick up. I would take a flyer on Lux, man.
They're still playing. Who is it? Biggio at third. Like, third base has been a problem for them too.
Yeah, because Muncie's been out with that oblique for like months.
They gave Vargas away to the White Sox in that 3-team deal, I believe. I'll be honest, like, I have a lot of respect for the Dodgers and the way they do things. I haven't been a fan of their moves so far this deadline. I'm with you. I don't know what their plan is. They need arms, and I think they need a third baseman because I don't think you can count on Muncy. He's kind of at that stage in his career where he's going to be hurt.
And I would be calling if I was Farhan dangling Chapman.
Yeah, exactly. Chapman, like, I know it would take balls to do that because a lot of fans would be very upset because there's a lot of Chapman fans. But it would be the right move because, like, here's the thing. I don't know. Chapman, is he going to opt out? Maybe. He's been a little bit hotter as of late. He's starting to swing it a little bit more. He plays good defense. I've told you guys my thoughts on him. I'm not a fan of the swing at all. I think his swing path is terrible. He's batting like 200 with runners in scoring position, constant pop-ups, constant weak little toppers to the pitcher. Yep. I'm not a fan of his. Here's the thing. I would be a fan of him if you had a deep lineup. Like, if you could bat Chapman 8, great. Then you're not relying on him, and then he could play Gold Glove defense at third. Everyone would love that. but when he's batting fifth, that's not who he is. I would trade. I wanted to sell completely. I wanted to sell Chapman at the deadline. I wanted to see what you could get for Duvall. I wanted
complete
to see,
overall.
and also the
Agreed.
one of the ones that wasn't talked about a lot. I know he's been hurt, but Seattle has a real depth. Like their lineup's so bad, but especially first base, and they're a team that Farhan has dealt with in the past. It's like the only team he can make deals with. Why not see what Seattle would give you for Lamont Wade? Seattle has a very good farm system, one of the better ones in the league, in my opinion. Like they have a lot of guys I like a lot in their farm system. Wade only has one more year of control. He doesn't hit for power. He's constantly hurt, and they would love his little on base ability. So why not see what you could get for Wade?
I don't know if you get back too much for a first baseman / outfielder that doesn't hit for power, doesn't drive in runs, doesn't steal bases. But I mean, hey, if they like him, I mean,
that's my thing. I agree with you, but I think
one team may like somebody more than the rest of us think. So in that regard, you're right.
I think Seattle they are one of those, they think like Farhan. I think they would value Wade a lot higher than we all do. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but so many of these
Ryan
guys.
De La Cruz going to the Pirates from Miami now.
And Miami. I bet they got back more prospects.
Who reported that passing?
I'm watching it right there. He's on the field saying goodbye to those guys. Yankees acquired Mark Leiter Jr. from the Cubs.
Relief pitcher.
Wasn't he with the Cubs, Leiter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was their closer for a little while last year. He's pretty nice. Middle reliever type of guy. Good stuff.
All right, so now the Pirates are making moves.
So De La Cruz, he's probably the Pirates' best outfielder after they got rid of Chisholm.
Nick, you said something.
Not the Pirates' best outfielder, the Marlins' best outfielder.
Mm-hmm.
Nick said something interesting. He said there's a lot of Chapman fans. That kind of struck a chord with me. Kind of goes back to the whole casual fans versus hardcore baseball fans. I think the San Francisco Giants fan base has too many fans that like individual players, and they just attach themselves to them. They don't like necessarily what's best for the team. So I asked you that earlier, Bora. What's the difference? I think the hardcore baseball fans kind of want what's best for the team. It doesn't matter what the back of the jersey says. It matters on moves that are made that are going to help the team win. At the end of the day, if the Giants win, they get to the playoffs. There was nothing that brought people together more than winning 3 World Series in 5 years. Nothing. So this infatuation with guys like Chapman, and remember not too long ago, people were in here saying, hey, Slater came off the IL and he went 3 for 5. Wow, he looks way better than Ramos. Remember that chatter?
There we
go. And now where are they? And now where is Slater and where is Ramos?
Yeah.
So
Shells our fan base goes to what is popular. That's why I define a casual fan that way.
Bunch of followers, man.
Yeah. Look, Chapman, yes, he's second in National League in WAR. Okay. What has that done for the team? What has that done?
Yeah, that's why I don't buy WAR. Like it's like Boris said, it's a tool, but you can't tell me he's the second best player in the net. Like, give me a break.
Come on. He's like 61st in RBIs in the league.
Yeah,
he's cleanup.
He's hitting like 200 with runners in scoring position.
Yes.
Come on. The guy has a horrible swing path. Like, how many times have you seen him weakly dribble a middle pitch right to the pitcher with a runner on second and third, or pop it up? His swing path is terrible.
So didn't the Giants know that before they went all in on him?
I think they just signed him because Melvin liked him.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
I really think that was a big thing, because remember they got lucky with the JD Davis thing where they tendered him, $6.9 million in arbitration.
Look at that, De La Cruz saying goodbye.
They would have went with Davis at third again, but Melvin demanded Chapman. I think that's what happened.
I'm gonna say what I said yesterday. WAR is a fine tool to use, but you have to look at I mean, I'm not saying Chapman's a bad player. I actually think Chapman's a pretty good player. He would be a really good player for the Dodgers. He would be a really good player for the Yankees. He would be a really good player for a team that's in contention. You can't have him as your cleanup hitter. He can't be your best player. He's a great defender. He's a great base runner. He's an average to maybe above average hitter. He's not a world beater hitter. No one's denying that. But what we're saying is, for the amount of money he's being paid on this team, and he's the cleanup hitter on this team, and he has 48 RBIs. That's not a recipe for success. Yes, he has the doubles. Yes, he has the runs scored. But like you said, Nick, he's hitting about 200 with the runners in scoring position. That's the difference between the analytical take and the eye test take. I mean, you can watch a player and watch every at bat and see that, oh, he doesn't hit with runners in scoring position, or he's not a clutch player. But you can also see that his overall stats are pretty good, like his WAR, like his doubles, like his runs scored, whatever it is. But just for the fact on this team, he can't be your number one paid player. He just can't be. It's him and Jung-Hoo Lee are your number one offensive paid players. That can't happen. He should be batting 5th to 7th on a pretty good team, and he would be contributing with that.
Well, here's the other thing is the Giants lineup, and it actually, with Soler gone, it's not so much true anymore, but when they had Soler, they have Chapman, Yastrzemski, Soler, all of these guys, you know, they're going to have slightly above average OPS plus, and they will do well in the rate stats like that. But they're all the same kind of hitter where they're hitting 220 to 230. And here's the thing, it matters in those high leverage at bats where, you know, you're down by 1, you got runners on, and there's 2 outs, and you need a knock. That's where it comes into play, where a guy like Chapman, you know, when you have holes in your swing like he does, and same goes for Yastrzemski, they're a lot less likely to come through than a guy who has a better hit tool.
That's a great point.
And the lineup is full of these guys. They're the same guy.
Exactly. It's good to have a mix of players. If you had 3 or 4 players that were hitting 280 and above, then I would be okay with a Chapman, with a Yaz, with a Soler, because you have to have some balance. You have to have some power hitters. You have to have some hitters that hit for average. The problem with this team is right now it's just Fitzgerald and Ramos pretty much, who are your high average guys who can actually hit consistently who can consistently get on base and can consistently get singles and doubles. No one else on this team really can consistently get you an at bat, get you a quality at bat, and that you can rely on to get on base in a clutch situation. That's the problem. If you look at so many times in this game, during this season, the Giants have been down in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning. And how many times have Chapman, has Soler, have Yaz hit a home run or hit a double or something? Because there's no one on base and there's nothing to play for. They're valuable in that aspect. Like they can give you something when there's nobody on base. But when it's time to be clutch and time to actually hit with runners in scoring position and time to hit the ball to the right side or time to hit a line drive up the middle, they don't have that swing, and they're not clutch like that.
Yeah, and I predict Yastrzemski, you know, he had a hot series against Rockies pitching, and the thing is, like, he's striking out over 30%. You know, Yastrzemski is going to regress soon. He's not like a lot of people are taking their victory laps on Yastrzemski on Twitter. You know, oh, he's got a 120 OPS plus. That's not going to last. He strikes out a third of the time. Like, dude, how many years do we have to watch this guy? I'm so sick of this guy. Like, nice story in the beginning, don't get me wrong, but, you know, he swings out of his skis. First off, Yastrzemski, you're a journeyman. You have average power at best, bro. Why are you swinging like you're Bryce Harper? Like, how have you not made an adjustment? It worked for him in 2019, 2020, 2021 because the ball was flying out of the ballpark. Well, the ball's not flying out anymore. You got to adjust, and you're still swinging like you're Harper. Get the hell out of here, dude. I'm so tired of this guy swinging out of his skis.
Yeah, it's really something. It really is. Yeah, people are, like you said, Nick, taking their victory lap over a guy that's because he's 120 plus OPS. It's like you said, it's not going to last. He's a streaky hitter. Chapman will go into streaks. That's why this team will struggle on the road because they cannot outscore their opponents on most nights.
Well, just look at the Dodgers series. Yastrzemski and Chapman were horrible in that 4-game Dodgers series. Then they come home and get to hit against the Rockies, vaunted pitching staff, and then all of a sudden the rate stat. Like, come on. You got to use context when you use these stats, guys.
Yep. And it is something, that was one of the easiest things for me to pick, that they were going to lose 3 or 4 to the Dodgers. I wish, The Pirates are finalizing a deal to acquire super utility man Isaiah Kiner-Falefa from the Blue Jays. Interesting. So the Pirates are the Giants aren't doing anything to improve. And the Pirates are adding pieces here and there, depth pieces. Now they've got De La Cruz to play in the outfield. De La Cruz, doesn't he have like 17 homers this year?
I think he has 17 homers, yeah.
For the Marlins?
I want to see the Pirates in the playoffs. Like, schemes in the playoffs would be fun to watch.
Me too. That's a good call. It's a good call.
And their fan base has suffered for so long. Like, that would be a great, like you guys say, we're not just Giants fans, we're baseball fans. That would be a great story. Now, I'm not going to say I'm rooting for the Pirates over the Giants, but as a baseball fan, I would love to see Paul Skeens and that young Pirates rotation in the playoffs.
Look at this. De La Cruz has 18 homers and 51 RBIs, both higher than Matt Chapman, who Chapman has been is like the club's de facto leader, and he's not even ahead of Elliot Ramos.
Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is batting .292 with the 115 OPS plus. So he can hit for average. And then Pirates just got him. He's having a great year this year.
And he's a super utility man.
Exactly, which is super valuable.
Every team that is competing with the Giants for that third wild card has made moves to get better. Yeah. So if the Giants are not going to do that, then you got 35 minutes to sell.
The one thing going for the Giants, I don't know if you guys have looked at this yet, their schedule the rest of the way is actually pretty weak. But if that's the case,
not in September.
Yeah, I mean, I just see a lot. Like, they have a series against the White Sox. They have a series against the Marlins. They got at least in August, they have a really easy schedule. I think they got a 3-game series against the Nationals too.
Nationals are better than them right now.
Dan, you and I were talking about this the other day. I'll recap this Arizona schedule. They play at home against the D-backs for 3. They go to San Diego for 3. Milwaukee at home for 3. San Diego at home for 3. Baltimore on the road for 3. Kansas City on the road for 3. Arizona on the road for 3, and they finished with 3 versus St. Louis at home. All those teams, right. All those teams are in playoff contention right now, and they're going for it.
Yeah, you might be right. The upcoming schedule. I looked at the upcoming. Like, they might go on a run here, and I'm not I'm the opposite of I wanted this team to sell. I don't think this team will do anything in the playoff. I do think they might give the fans some false hope with the August schedule, and people will get excited. But I mean, come on,
a lot of false hope.
This team, does anyone really think this team? Let's say they get the 3rd wild card, they go to Milwaukee. Are you taking the Giants against the Brewers? Because I'm not. So what's the point? Here's the other thing. This whole wild card, what's the point of getting a wild card spot if you're going to get bounced. Like, who cares? Like, the third wild card is an embarrassment. This team should be winning 95 games every year and competing with the Dodgers. They shouldn't be shooting for 85 wins.
The answer to that is because the casuals who make up too much of the fan base consider getting the third wild card as a success. They can go brag to other teams that my team made the wild card. You got bounced out real quick, but my team made it. And that right there is a problem when you're thinking that is a success. Maybe for the A's it would be. Maybe for the White Sox it would be. Maybe for the Marlins it would be. But for this organization where it's been, no. And that's a huge problem.
The San Francisco Giants should be playing for either the division or the first wild card position. They shouldn't. Right now they're playing for that third wild card position. And I mean, I get it. I get their thinking. They have right now on paper, they have a pretty elite starting rotation. So if you can get into that third wild card, anything can happen. I'm not gonna deny that. You can look at the D-backs last year. The problem is actually being able to get into that third wild card position. I don't see them being able to lap the Pirates, the Cardinals, the D-backs, the Padres, any of the teams ahead of them. I don't see that being a realistic possibility with what those teams are doing. You just saw the Padres. The Padres are buying. They're going all in their bullpen, which they need help in.
Yeah, they got Adam and Scott. That bullpen's nasty now.
Mm-hmm. The Pirates are buying. The Cardinals are buying. The Braves are buying. The D-backs are buying. Everybody ahead of the Giants are buying, and they're going for it. The Giants are pretty much the only team who's playing this mid-game. They sold Soler, and they're going to prop up Marco Luciano. They got rid of Alex Cobb. But, I mean, what have you really done to make your team better? Significantly better to make a difference. I don't see that. And I don't see how you can – I don't see where the lane is for them to make a wild card. I just don't see it.
Yeah, they just did a half-ass sell. Like like I said, in isolation – the Soler deal and the Cobb deal, I don't have a problem with, but that can't be it, because otherwise you might as well just keep Soler. If that's all you're going to do, you might as well just keep him, because he was starting to get hot. Like, what's the point?
Exactly. That's kind of my point with Soler. He was starting to heat up. If you
we lost Bora. You're muted, Dan.
I don't know what happened to Bora there. We lost him a little bit, but he'll be back. You know, I'm listening in my left ear to MLB, and I'm listening to one of the guys talking there, and they're talking about the Tigers' Scooble, and they're saying, what are the Tigers doing? Are you going to win? You have 2.5 years of control with Scooble. Are you going to win a championship with Scooble in the next 2.5 years? You have this great asset. Why don't you move him for a haul? That's the same thing we were trying to say with Logan Webb. But the Giants are in the same position as the Tigers. They are going nowhere. Right. You cannot continue to every year restructure the roster with mid-level free agents that have opt-outs and try and put the whole roster together on an annual basis while your cupboard is empty in the minors. We've looked at their minors. There's nothing coming. Bryce Eldridge is a couple years away. He's your best player. You got the kid in McRae. We don't even know what McRae can do. But you know what? At this point, they're talking about looking for a center fielder, maybe to add on. Why don't you just bring up McRae to the 40-man roster? Because you're going to have to put him on the Rule 5. He's going to be Rule 5 eligible next year. So why
he's
don't you
already on the 40, actually.
McRae?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I think he is.
Let me take a look. I'll pull it up right now.
I could be wrong. I thought they added him last year. Maybe not.
No, he's Rule 5 eligible this year. So they're going to have to add him.
Yeah.
This year.
So you might as well,
see what you got for him the next 2 months. Maybe give him some tuning. Let him see some major league pitching for 2 months, and then he can work on what he needs to work on in the off season.
And this is another point. when you added Meckler, stupidly, you didn't like Meckler was in his first pro season. You didn't have to
Right.
add him for 2 more years. Now he's
Exactly.
taking up a spot.
Yeah, they
This
totally
is what I'm
wasted-
talking about. What is this guy doing?
Yeah,
You can call up Grant McCrae. You can call up Hunter Bishop. I mean, Hunter Bishop's like 25. See what you have in him. You don't need to go outside the organization to boost your center field spot.
Yeah.
No, correct. Just bring up McCrae. He's supposed to be the center fielder. He's got speed. Just let him play. Let him play because, I don't see how this team – I really don't. I don't see how this team is able to compete for anything. Like you said, guys, the August schedule, I think they're going to struggle still with teams when they go on this trip to Washington and Cincinnati. I don't think – because those teams have young talent and they're playing, and what are they behind the Giants? A game or two?
And again, what's their road record, Nick?
22-33, and last year it was even worse, I believe.
They're not a good road team. They're just whether the team is good or bad. I mean, did we not see them lose 2 out of 3 to the Rockies at Coors? Did we not see that?
Yes.
How bad they looked?
Yep.
Take a look at the wild card standings here, guys. Okay, so the Giants are 2 games behind the Pirates. Pirates just
21-33. Sorry.
21-30. Pirates just added Kiner Falefa and the kid from
De La Cruz.
Marlins, De La Cruz, some pop, 18 homers. Cincinnati's a game behind the Giants. Nationals are 2.5 or 3.5 behind. I think any one of those teams below the Reds, Cubs, and Nationals could easily overtake the Giants. And then the fact that the Giants have to overtake Pittsburgh, St. Louis, and Arizona, and San Diego, or the Mets to make the playoffs. I don't see it.
I don't see it either.
The
1,
Mets have
2.
bought too. The Mets are adding.
Yeah. Let's see if we've had.
Well, and the Mets are a better come on. They got Lindor, they got Pete at first base. Nimmo's a pretty good hitter in my opinion. They got come on. They were underperforming in the beginning of this, but they're starting to play up to their talent level. Like the Mets, I'm not going to say they're an elite team, but their roster should be good enough for a wild card spot. You can't look at the Giants and say the same.
Correct. Well, nothing happening right now. We're down to 22 minutes.
This is flashback. Of
This is exactly what I said.
Remember the winter
You watch.
meetings, Ken? We were on every night and nothing happened.
You watch. Farhan will make a move. He's going to wait, and he's going to hold out, and it's going to be a minor move. I'm expecting it'll be Conforto
For Trent Grisham. I could see that. I could definitely see that.
For Trent Grisham. Who's Grisham with the Yankees?
Yep.
That would be interesting. I think it's Conforto for some.
They've been talking about getting a center fielder, so.
But what does that do if you get a center fielder?
Not a damn thing.
And you put him in center field, and you move Conforto, let's say, and then you move Ramos to right. Where's you still got Yaz? They're going to move Ramos to left and keep Yaz in right, and they'll still won't play Matos.
Mm-hmm.
They could probably get a decent prospect from the Yankees could probably have a use for Yastrzemski. But here's the thing: if they don't trade Yaz, which obviously it looks like they won't, so he's got another year of arbitration,
right?
And are they really going to tender him another offer?
10 million,
another year of this guy?
Yep.
Come on,
they are.
He's 34, guys. He's 34. This is probably his last good season.
Yeah, he'll be 35 in August next year.
Hey, maybe they'll retire his number. Maybe they'll put a little mini statue of him somewhere.
Yeah, he'll be on the Wall of Fame.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, guys, 450 people watching right now through YouTube and Twitter or X. If you're watching and you haven't subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. It would help the channel a lot. We'd greatly appreciate it. it would, would be very happy if you guys subscribe to the channel. Just hit that like and subscribe. It really does affect the algorithms of the channel. It pushes us out, gets us more views, and more views grows the channel bigger, so that we can actually get to more people and add more to the channel, add more hosts. We got football coming up, guys. If you're watching this trade deadline show, because we cover baseball, man, all of us right here in this chat are huge 49er fans on this show right now. And we will be covering the Niners, giving you great Niner coverage. We'll be collabing with other Niner content creators. And we've got some more breaking news here. Nothing of significance, though.
Marlins just collecting those prospects.
Mm-hmm. Mets continuing to add.
Mets landing a reliever. Okay. So
Marlins,
there we go.
Marlins may be good in a couple of years if some of these guys hit.
Yeah. Ron Raquel. Thank you, Ron. Hit that like and subscribe. Ryan says, join the channel as a member for special perks. Yeah, you want special perks. You want all your chats read right, at the top. You want discounted merch. You want some backstage different. We'll load up hopefully some different videos that we'll get. Giovanni, our friend Giovanni says, do not lose hope. Giants still in the race. Well, they're technically in the race, Giovanni. You're right. But
I lost hope in April.
You're going to miss out on the opportunity you're going to let Snell walk. He did the same thing with Rodon. I can't stand that this guy does not make moves. Man, the one thing you can say about AJ Preller is at least he's got balls to go for it.
Which makes you wonder, Melvin took Farhan over him. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, yeah, I think AJ
I don't know what their personal relationship was like, but business-like, Melvin, you're a seasoned veteran. Like, you cannot tell me you prefer Farhan's way of GMing over Preller. That's an aggressive guy that tries to win.
Deloading. Don't put that kind of stuff up. We like Chardal. Chardal's a friend of this show. Chardal has been on this channel. He's come on before. And you know what? He'll probably come on again at some point when the time's right. So don't be saying we don't like Chardal. Hey, don't unsubscribe, Chardal. We love you, Chardal. Deloading.
Yeah, deloading's been like making little troll comments the whole video.
All right, deloading. You got one more shot. One more shot, deloading, and you're gone. Okay.
Farhan's #1 fan, deloading.
Maitland Eagle. Dan's become a sellout. Yeah, just a sellout. Just producing good content. That's all we're doing. No fluffy little things that we're gonna, we're just it's a content show, okay? It's about sports. You guys want entertainment?
We definitely are not covering the Giants 365 days of the year.
No, we're not doing 365. No. We got
165 is challenging.
How do you talk about the Giants for 365 days a year? I mean, even the Giants don't even talk about the Giants 365
No,
days
even they
a year.
take some time off. But
Yeah.
no, I mean, the winter meetings this last winter was hilarious. It's just like for 3 weeks just came on here and just absolutely, I mean, you might as well be covering the color orange. I mean,
Hey, Chardal, let me Chardal, man, let me just say something to you, buddy. Why would anybody say stuff like that? Chardal, there's a lot of jerks out there, okay? Just ignore them. Don't let anybody get you down, man. Hey, let me tell you guys, we don't rip on my chat, okay? Don't rip on my guys that are here faithfully watching NorCal Sports.
Right.
You want to disagree with their statements? That's fine. That's fair game. Everybody can disagree, but don't sling mud or don't sling names, because I'm not going to tolerate it. Okay. And I got mods now that I've had mods. I've got great mods, and I've just added a star mod in red, and she will strike you. Okay. So just watch out.
Don't get Red riled up, man. She's gonna crack that whip if you get out of line.
That's right.
Let them know, Red. We don't play that here. Do not play that. Do not undercut and talk crap about other chat members.
Yeah.
Like that.
When we talk about Robert Rothberg, we're having fun. I like Robert. Robert's a good man. Okay. He could support the Giants all he wants. You know what? I may disagree with him, but I'm not going to scream at him. I'm not going to get my voice up to 3,000 octaves and go nuts on him.
Dan, do you think we're going to do a Christmas show?
Christmas show. Yeah, we're going to. Yeah. On the Giants? No. No Christmas shows.
Jeff Passan's reporting that the Orioles are finalizing a deal to acquire outfielder Eloy Jimenez from the White Sox.
Wow.
Orioles. I wonder what they gave up.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to see.
Oh,
what
that'll
the
be
return
interesting to
for
see.
that was.
Man,
Let's see. Let's pull up the trade value. No, he's not valuable enough. Let me see what. Let's pull up some teams here. We've got. Who was that? The Orioles and who?
White Sox.
Okay, let me get the Orioles up here. I want to take a look at this trade. See if it. I've looked for some of these minor league trades, and none of them show some of these minor leaguers on here. They don't have them on here. So let's see what White Sox. I'm playing around here.
Eloy's kind of got a fat contract because they extended him a lot. I mean, not too fat, but
right.
He's got a lot of power. His problem, he can't stay healthy.
Yeah, he's been very injured.
He runs to second base and pulls a hammy. Like it's been pretty brutal for him.
Yeah, let's take a look and see if we can find Eloy Jimenez on here for his contract value. Crochet's a 61 and Webb's an 82. Webb was 88 a week ago. He's down to 82, Nick. He was a 91 like a few weeks ago. His value is declining.
Yeah, I think it will continue to. And I like Logan Webb. But the thing is, I got a lot of heat on Twitter when I said he's not an ace. He's an innings eating number 2. Everyone got mad at me. But, there's a difference. Webb in 2021 was dominant, in my opinion, especially the second half of that season. And then he pitched great against the Dodgers in that divisional series. But the stuff has never been the same since that year. His slider and his changeup were better in that season than it's been since. His strikeouts are declining. The sinker, the velocity has gone down, and that's not anything against him. That's just how pitchers, they break down. They wear down over time. Like that's just what happens.
Do you think the extra innings that he throws?
I think that plays a big role in it, and that's why I wanted to trade him. Because I think and I'm not saying this is guaranteed, but there's a very real possibility. Maybe next year you look at where Webb is. Maybe he's gotten a pedestrian ERA, and he kind of does now. But what if he's not a number 2 next year? What if he's pitching like a number 3 or a number 4? Then that team-friendly deal isn't so team-friendly anymore.
Right, and now you're stuck with him because you're hard to get.
And this team isn't going anywhere. That's why I want it. Like Los always says, you gotta sell high and buy low. And I could be wrong. Webb's very competitive. He's a bulldog. Like, let's not forget that. He could make me eat my words and turn it around and start pitching like an ace again. But I don't know. I don't he doesn't have dominant stuff in my opinion. He gets a lot of ground balls, which is good. He doesn't walk a lot of people. That's also good. But his stuff is pedestrian to me, and I see it trending downward.
Like that really blows me completely away how GMs, high salaried, high positioned, can not understand that very simple concept that I always say, buy low, sell high. Like, God, man, we learned that in high school. Like
Phillies just got from the White Sox. Sox are starting to sell. Phillies got left-hander Tanner Banks. So the Phillies are shoring up their pitching. They've added the bullpen Estevez, and now they've added left-hander Tanner Banks from the White Sox. Looks to me like we're in the last 10 minutes. We're going to get a flurry of little deals. I'm still expecting Jack Flaherty to be dealt. I'm thinking the Dodgers. That's what I'm surprised it hasn't happened. Flaherty's got to go. They're not going to just sit there and keep him. He's a free agent. Also, Gavin Lux is a guy that seems to me would be a player that would be a valuable piece to go somewhere. The guy hit 300 his whole minor league career. He struggled a little bit in the majors. But who would you rather have, Brett Wisely or Gavin Lux?
Lux.
I'd take Lux.
I think there's untapped upside with Lux.
I'm gonna take Wisely just because Wisely's a better defender. I don't think Lux
Wisely's
is
got just such a low ceiling, and I think Lux has
maybe, but I've seen enough from. I mean, how many years has Lux been in the league?
Just a couple.
How old is Lux?
He's like 24, 25.
I think he's 26.
He's 26. Yeah.
Is he 26 now?
He's 26. He's been in the big leagues 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. This is his 5th year in the league. I think I've seen enough from Lux to be like, he has potential, but I mean, is he going to live up to that potential? Wisely's younger. Wisely is only in his 2nd year in the big leagues, and Wisely is a better defender. I take Wisely.
I take Lux just because of his hitting. He's shown it throughout his career, and he was Player of the Week just a couple weeks ago.
I think with Lux, you have to wonder. The Dodgers fans hate him because he has underperformed for the most part,
right.
And he's a change of scenery guy. But I see what Bora's saying. I could see both sides of it, but he's it's interesting you bring him up. You've also brought up another, some of these untapped potential guys where maybe a change of scenery does something. You mentioned Andrew Vaughn on the White Sox are a disaster.
Yes, I would love to have
a
Vaughn
great environment. I would take a flyer on him. He doesn't make that
much
money.
And he's from the Bay Area. You never know. I mean, he went to Cal. He was top 3 pick in the draft. White Sox grabbed him.
Yeah, him and Torkelson. I mean,
Torkelson. Yeah,
they have power. They have not performed.
I gotta grab something to eat. I'll be right back.
And it's possible they never work out. But you have nothing. You have Wade at first base, who's always hurt. If you're not gonna buy, I wouldn't mind taking a low risk fly. Like I wouldn't give up. Like a real prospect for any of them, but give them something, take a flyer on them. It's worth a shot.
Torkelson's still in AAA, right?
Yeah, I think he had 29 home runs last year, but he was so bad this year that they sent him down. And I don't think he's hitting that well down there anyway.
That's a classic change of scenery guy. Let me go back to your guys' Webb comment. I am not trading Logan Webb. He's had 4 bad starts. He's been your guy for the past 3 years, pretty much, and he's been a solid, reliable guy. At the worst, he's a huge innings eater, and he's a player that wants to win. At his best, he's a true number 1 ace. I think right now, I think he's a number 2 behind Snell. I think Snell is that guy where if he's on, he's the best pitcher in the league. He has one of the best stuff in the league. His fastball, curveball, tunnel combination is just insane. And when Snell is on, he's the best pitcher in the league. But and I think it's really valuable to be able to have Snell and Webb at the top of your rotation. But right now, I think Snell is their number 2, or Webb is their number 2 guy. Yeah. I don't know about the longevity argument just because Webb doesn't throw that hard. He's not throwing 95 to 100. He's throwing 90 to 94. And he's not. It doesn't look like he's maxing out every pitch. It's like a pretty compact motion where he's throwing the sinker and he's throwing the slider.
But
to me,
he's always been like that. Webb has
he
never been a hard thrower. He's a sinker, slider, changeup pitcher.
exactly. So he's always been that guy, and I'm not going to take his last 4 starts just because out of proportion, just because he hasn't looked his best.
Well, I will say this, Bora, and I agree with you that with Webb, you know, the consistency factor, we have to remember that, and that's true. Like I said, he is a bulldog, and he is a consistent, dependable innings eater, and I do think he'll turn it around. He's not going to pitch this poorly for the rest of the year. But if you look at the metrics, the last 2 years, and I don't think metrics are the end all be all. He has been, his hard hit percentage last year was 46%. This year it's increased to 48 last I checked. And that's like one of the worst in baseball. Like, you know, and a lot of that is, he gets hard ground balls, but he's been hit hard for
Breaking
6 straight years.
Jack Flaherty to the okay. Board just put it up. Told you guys. Flaherty's going to go to the Dodgers. I knew it. I just knew it.
Nick, I think to that point, I think Webb just might always be the guy that gets hit hard. I think you kind of just have to live with that. He's a ground ball pitcher, so he's going to get ground balls. Some of those ground balls are going to get hit hard. I think when Webb is out of tune, it's purely mechanical. It's not necessarily his stuff or him being worn down. I think it's just mechanical, because if he can get that ball down, he's going to get ground balls, just because that sinker and changeup combo is so deadly. He could be throwing 88 to 90 and it would still be effective and useful.
Yeah, I'm not going to give up on Webb. I'm a huge fan of him. My own personal opinion is I think partially, I think he's kind of mentally checked out of the Giants since last year. That exit interview was very, very powerful. What I love about Webb is he's very honest. He swears a lot in his post game. He's accountable. He says, I pitched like shit. He has said that straight up. He's dropped F-bombs.
Yeah, that's true.
I love that about him. I love accountable people that just own it and they just say, I got to be better. You know, there's no excuses, not a pitch count or anything like that. I think if the Giants did move Webb and he went to a contender, I think he would be lights out. I don't know if he'd be an ace, but he would be right up there. When one good year that Farhan had here in 21, Webb was so money. He almost won that Dodgers series by himself. And
he was great.
I don't forget about that. But I think there's something true about what you're saying, Nick. I think maybe some things may be mechanic related, like Bora's saying. Maybe his stuff is not the best, but I mean, if starting pitcher makes 25 to 30 starts in a year, he's not going to have the best stuff all those starts. Sometimes he has to just get by on moxie and when they don't have their best stuff. Sadly, if you were to look, if the season ended today, right now, and you looked at Webb stats and you looked at Snell stats, Webb's had a better year.
Yeah, that's true.
Fact. But again, we get caught up in the moment. Snell just struck out 15 Rockies. Let me emphasize
that's
Rockies. True. And he's the best pitcher in baseball again. And to Bora's point, when he has his stuff going, he's the best pitcher in baseball. Well, that's what's so mind-blowing about him. That guy's got everything. He's got a nasty fastball, a nasty changeup, and a nasty curve. Why isn't he good from April to September? That has always been you know how I felt about Snell in the offseason. I wasn't a big fan because, we're making a guy.
There's another deal coming.
He's a second-half pitcher. Well, why aren't you good in the first half? I mean, I would love that answer. Why can't Snell pitch good in the first half?
I don't think
electric stuff.
Snell does not have a very good. I don't know how to say this.
Mental approach.
He's not. Yeah, he's not locked in, and that's a problem with him. I agree with you. I didn't want to get Snell.
Hey guys, Kevin Kiermaier from the Blue Jays to the Dodgers. Does that mean Pages might have been in this deal for Flaherty? I wonder.
Maybe. Ooh, that.
I wonder if they gave up Dalton Rushing.
Their catcher? I don't know if they would have done that for Flaherty.
Ahmed's
that's
going
a
to
little
get
too much.
Ahmed's
Yeah,
gonna get
it's
cut
a rental.
again.
You're right, but they have Will Smith locked up. I'm surprised they didn't.
Martin
move.
Perez to the Padres.
Is that
Wait.
true? I haven't seen anything on that.
And we are upon 3:00.
Now we will get a few more deals that will come in announced afterwards. Deals have just been
What a
probably
joke,
consummated. They're
Farhan.
going to start coming in. Luis Garcia going from the Angels to the Red Sox. Close the Angels. We knew he was going.
Yeah, there's gonna be a bunch of deals within the next 10 minutes, I think.
Yeah, we'll
that
hang in
come
there
in.
and we'll get these announcements. They'll all come through. I did hear the Dan, what's his name? The guy, I always forget his name, the former Rockies, Dan O'Dowd. He's saying the biggest surprise to him, Cardinals outfielder Dylan Carlson being traded to the Rays per source. Okay, there's another one. Dan O'Dowd said the whole thing in this whole trade deadline was Blake Snell. He said, "What are the Giants trying to do? Are they trying to win?" He goes, "If that's it, that's okay. You got Webb, Snell, Robbie Ray, and Harrison in a playoff rotation. But why are you trading Cobb then?" And then he said, "Why are you trading Soler? If you're trying to win, why are you?"
It doesn't make sense. Exactly. If you're trying to win, you wouldn't trade away Cobb and you wouldn't trade away Soler. I think actually, if Cobb
it's
would
about
have
money, they're
exactly,
a cheap ass organization.
it's 100% about money. Just getting money off the books. What could have been smart is when Cobb came back, going to a 6-man rotation, because that would have let Birdsong and Harrison pitch less innings because they're closing in on their innings max. And that would also allow Cobb to pitch on one longer day's rest to allow him to come back a little slower.
Man, I swear, the just overwhelming mental letdown of this guy, and how we just think maybe he'll change, maybe he'll learn from his mistakes, and maybe he'll do something right for a change, and just to be disappointed and let down yet again. Another trading deadline. This wasn't quite as bad as picking up the almighty AJ Pollock last year, but it's not much better. Like I said, if they're going to go all in and try to win this thing, then Soler was hot. He was coming around, and Cobb, with all these guys that are on pitch inning counts, their arm is about to fall off. You needed him, so you got rid of 2 key guys. So you really didn't improve. You didn't resell. You didn't really buy. You did what Farhan always does. Stay in that middle lane, man.
Stay in the middle lane. Look at the Marlins. Marlins made a decision to sell.
Love it.
And they have sold everything. And they got about 2 prospects for every player they traded. They started off the season with Arias going, but they got about 18 to 20 new prospects.
Can you do me a favor, Dan, and put on your Marlins hat?
It's right back in the corner there.
Yeah, they killed it. They got so much impact depth now.
Watch Kapler actually in that.
Oh, that's right. Oh my God.
Yeah, he's gonna make a TikTok video to celebrate.
Good for Kapler though. Good for him. Good for him. The Giant. What I will say about the Kapler is, the past 2 years with a worse roster than this year's roster, he did better.
Yeah.
The Giants, the last 2 years did not have a great roster. They had a worse roster than what they have this year, and they performed better than what they're performing this year right now. I'll say it again. They were the first team in the wild card last year at last year's trade deadline. And what did Farhan do? Farhan did nothing. He got AJ Pollock to a first place team. Farhan's way of thinking is so ridiculous. He thinks if you do nothing, good things happen. You'll just grow as a team. You have to make something happen. You got to go out there and do something. You can't just let every other team do something and sit back.
I knew that he would be.
This is a joke. Passive. This is actually a joke. This is ridiculous.
He got rid of Soler and Cobb. That's it. Soler and Cobb.
This
and the
was
one thing
colossal failure of a deadline.
I mean, look at the whole thing with Cobb. Wasted the whole year, paid him, didn't have to even pay him. And what did he get back from him? Who did Cobb go to again?
The Guardians.
19-year-old lefty.
Brez, the guy, most likely he'll be nothing more than an Eric Miller at best. And I don't even see that. I mean, the guy this
is the deadline to turn it around. All right, you could have gotten stuff for the future. This is ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, Farhan's the worst GM in sports. I'll say it. He has no clue what he's doing. This team has no direction. He is a joke of a guy, of a GM, and this is a joke of an organization. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, look at that, man. Coming from a young 20-year-old who knows his stuff, who played the ball game, already could see what's happening with Farhan. Look at Giants ownership. You are losing fans left and right. You hired a clown to run your organization, and look what you have to show for it. You're going on 5 out of 6 losing seasons with this guy, and you're going to run it back with him. Oh my goodness!
You're pissing off the young fan base like Borum. You're pissing off the older fan base, the old schoolers like us. I mean, you're just even the casual fans that, again, they're hoping, hey, let's get in for the wild card. They're upset as well. So he's pissed everybody off. He pissed off the people that
Giovanni says they're not losing fans. Park is filled with seats. Yeah, filled with people going for promos, little hats, and Mickey Mouse this, and
they are losing fans.
They're having to give away so much stuff, Giovanni, and they're reducing prices just to get people there. But they're not.
They got to do the country concert to draw people in.
Yeah,
Giovanni, I don't know how many games you go to or attend, but me and Dan,
way less full than it used to.
Yeah, me and Dan used to. Me and Dan have gone to a few games here in Arizona, and we have talked to Giants fans. Every time we see a Giant cap, we talk to them. And Dan, do you remember one person saying that they were on board? I think Dan asked the question, how do you feel about the front office? I think it's probably anywhere between 30 and 40 people we spoke to, maybe more. And I don't remember one person saying anything positive about Farhan in the front office. It was all, man, I don't know what they're doing. Man, where are they going?
There you go. There you go, Giovanni. Giants have made me go to one game in 3 years. Great job. And you know what? I was a season ticket holder through 22. After I saw what the disaster of 22 and I saw the direction of the club, I said, no mas, not going to give him my $12,000 a year for 2 prime seats in the club section on an aisle right next to the restrooms and concessions. Beautiful seats, beautiful view. Love going to the games. But when I saw the way the Giants what they were doing, I said, they're not serious. This isn't a serious team about winning. They're not trying to win, guys. They're trying to just stay. What they're trying to do is look like they're trying to compete, but make money and make lots of it. They don't want to lose money. You heard it yourself. The owner said, hey, we want to at least break even.
They're number, just looked it up, they're number 10 in attendance. So to Giovanni's credit, they're still doing okay.
Oh, the Giants got Mark Canha.
The owners are making some money. But if that's all they care about, making money, then you just lost a lot of baseball fans.
Mark Canha.
Is he 35?
They're laughing at the Giants on here. The Giants are in it to win, and they started laughing. Farhan is so disrespected across. This is on MLB Network. They said the Giants are in it to win, and they started laughing. The panel.
I would love a poll of those fans that go to the ballpark to be asked: do you come to the ballpark to see a baseball game, or do you just come to the ballpark because it's just a fantastic?
Oh, it's another Melvin guy.
It's another place to post on your Instagram. I'm at Oracle. Look, I'm by the Willie Mays statue. Look at the Bay Bridge behind me. Like, really, I would love to pull that. I guarantee you half the fans that go there don't give a shit about what's going on the field. They don't. Give me my
What did they give up for Canha?
Give me my
Hold on,
12,000
let me
at
get it.
Candlestick. Any day.
Listen, hold on, I want to hear something. They're asking, what's their plan, the Giants? They don't have an identity they're talking about. Dan O'Dowd, former GM, he says, what's their identity? And he asked the question, and they said they don't know.
Save that, Dan. See if you can save that.
How can I save it?
Can you
It's
like?
live.
Oh, it's like okay. They might. This is Mark Canha this year. He's played in 93 games. He's 35 years old.
He's Slater.
He's hitting 231 with a 687.
The Reds
OPS.
have traded Austin Slater to the Orioles.
He has 7 home runs.
What
The
they
Reds
get for
just-
him.
World Series, here we come.
D-backs get Nationals reliever Dylan Floro.
Oh, they're all coming out now afterwards.
Yeah.
So Canha is pretty much the Pollock of this year.
Yes. Unbelievable. What was his stats again? 231? How many homers?
7.
Jeez. Wonderful.
So
Let's bring all
Matos
the-
will
let's
be
bring all
in
the A's
Sacramento.
back.
Yep, Matos doesn't get a shot. It's not Matos. It's Mark Canha, 35-year-old Mark Canha.
Wait, why would you trade
What the heck is
Soler
this team doing?
and then trade for Canha? How does that make
This
any
makes
sense?
no sense. It makes no sense. Why would you get rid of Soler? He was actually starting to produce, and you bring in Mark Canha? What?
Oh, my goodness. Mark
Can
Canha.
we start talking 49er football?
You know, we're bringing all the A's guys back that used to be good.
Melvin wanted them.
Canha's the Wilmer Flores replacement, I'm pretty sure.
It's an A's reunion, man.
Is there any report on what we gave up for him?
Not yet.
Can't be
Not yet.
much.
Let me see if I can get hold on here. I will go one other spot and see if I can pull that up for you. Unbelievable.
Not that it really matters. Like, yeah, it's probably not anything big, but what a joke. Like, that's the thing. Why would you trade Soler? You're signaling, okay, we're going to start to sell. Great. But then we're going to go get Canha and Matos will be in Sacramento the rest of the like. How does that make any sense?
It's ridiculous.
Giants are sending right-hand pitcher Eric Silva, I think.
Oh, Eric Silva. Okay. Yeah, he's down. Yeah.
What do you think the Giants players think about Farhan's moves?
Oh, they hate it. There was this video clip. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up.
Yeah, for one moment, let's forget about what we think. We know what we think. We've said it repeatedly. Let's now just kind of get into the minds of the existing current roster. How do they feel about Farhan's moves to help the team?
Can
The
you guys
players
see this?
themselves. I think they're pissed.
Here, look at this. Just watch this video.
Who's this in the video?
This is all right. So this is
Like
John Brebbia. Look.
So anyway, I thought Farhan's was doing a great job.
You see, the players don't even respect him. That's John Brebbia. He's saying, so anyway, I thought Farhan's done a great job. And they just start cracking up.
Remember I said Webb tells it like it is? He curses in post-game conferences. He's very straightforward, honest. If he ever did leave the Giants, you want to talk about going off on somebody, he will completely go off on Farhan. Mark my words. If he leaves the Giants and they no longer are paying him, he will let it go.
Does Farhan have no self-awareness? Like, does he not remember?
None. Because when
How
you're secure like that, when you have an ownership that will continue to re-sign you and continue to pay you despite doing a shitty job, you have so much security that you don't have to do your job well. Why? I'm going to get paid anyway, regardless. This ownership loves me. I make them money. We've been saying that for 2 years consistently. They're 10th in attendance, despite being an average to below average.
Hey guys, Luciano is now back up, reported by Pavlovich, I believe, and also Blake Sable.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
that's about the only positive is Luciano's finally back up.
Luciano back up, and probably in the lineup tonight is DH.
But this is why it doesn't make sense. Okay, the whole thing, the narrative is okay. We're going to trade Soler and we're going to give DH at bats to Luciano. Okay, great. I agree with that. But then we're going to trade for Canha and Matos. You can go have fun in Sacramento. What? Why are you? You're in one lane on one player and the other lane on another. Like, what are you doing? We need to see now. I don't think Matos is a star. I don't. I think he could be a good player, though. And we got to find out. Same with Casey Schmidt. Like, all of these guys, we got to find out. So why are you getting Canha? What a joke.
Yeah, it really is remarkable, Nick. It's absolutely remarkable what they're doing. I don't – it just makes zero sense.
This was a seller's market, and I can understand wanting to get Soler.
The seller's market, and you got Mark Canha.
I can understand wanting to get rid of Soler's contract, but you didn't even get anything for him. If you look at Soler's overall stats, he was having a decent year, and he's under control for 2 more years after this. You could have gotten better than a 17th overall prospect in high A who's not projected to be a great player.
Well, that's the thing. They didn't get much for Soler because they got the Braves. That if they had taken on some of Soler's money, they would have got something a little better. But
no, I know. Yeah, it's all about the money. It's all about the money and wanting to have no money on the books. It's all about getting under the CBT.
But they didn't even accomplish that. They're still going to be over the tax. So it really makes no sense. It'd be one thing if they could get under the tax with the Soler and Cobb trade, but it doesn't. I've already looked at it. They're still over the tax.
This is
so what was the point if you're not going to get under the tax? Like, what is this guy doing?
This is another example of that. This team has no direction, and with Farhan leading the charge, that's the reason why there's no direction with this team. We have no clue what they want to do. Selling Soler suggests they might sell. Then you buy Canha for some reason. What is the direction with this team? There is none. This is ridiculous.
Dan, you got to get Ned. Like you got connections. Get Ned into the Pobo role. Let's start installing some of our. We could do a better job than it wouldn't be hard. Come on.
No, it wouldn't be hard.
It wouldn't be hard.
It really wouldn't.
If me and Bora were handling the deadline, do you think we would have done a little better than Mark Canha, Sabin, Sabalos, and
look? You basically you added all as you added to the roster right now was Mark Canha. That's it. You added AJ Pollock in 23 and Mark Canha, a 35-year-old journeyman outfielder.
He's the right-handed Yaz.
Yeah, and they blocked Matos now. And this means I told you guys Derek Hill, watch, he's going to be DFA'd. I put it out on Twitter a week ago. He won't be on the roster. Who's next in line to be DFA'd in the outfield right now? It's Hill.
Yeah, it's Hill. Yeah.
So he's gone. He's off the 40.
Why can't you just if you're not going to give Matos some opportunities, why not Encarnacion? He's raking in AAA.
Yeah, I would prefer Encarnacion to Canha for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I don't think Canha can play center field anyways. He's 35.
No, he can't. No, he can't. He's been playing first base this season.
Yeah, he's done as an outfielder. I mean, left field maybe.
The most incompetent person.
This is so bad.
Who's worse in Bay Area sports history at running a franchise?
Franklin Muley.
At least he cared.
He cared. But that's the first name that comes to mind.
I guess Terry Donahue was pretty bad.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
But
Mr.
I think Farhan's
Mr.
worse.
ACL. Mr. ACL. Got the
Farhan
ACL.
is worse than Donahue. I mean, Donahue is up there, but I think Farhan is worse because the thing is, there's a salary cap in football. Farhan, you have no excuse. You have a $230 million or $220 million payroll. Your farm system is not very good, and you're under 500. So what do you have? You have nothing.
Man,
You idiot.
Giants fans. Get out there with your picket signs.
Dan, we need to make Fire Farhan shirts.
Yeah,
and wear them.
we need to do the Farhan bobblehead on the front of the shirt and then fire Farhan on the back.
Yeah, this is
He is
this is
This is
bad.
why, like a trade
They
deadline.
got a shirt maker somewhere.
This is why
Right.
scouts are important. This is trade deadline time is when you send your scouts to all of these minor league affiliates to see, okay, who are the young guys in the other organizations we want to target. That's why you need scouts, and that's why you need a good scouting department. But I guarantee you, the Giants, they don't have zero scouts, but we all remember that article from 19 when they cut the scouting staff. So they have less scouts. They rely on video work just about as much as any team, I would believe. And so how are you going to identify young talent to pick up when you're trying to sell if you don't have scouts? So I'm sure that played a role in it too.
Yeah, it had to. I mean, I am dumbfounded that you said you wanted to add an outfielder and all you could come up with was Mark Canha.
I would have taken Carlson.
I would have liked Mark Canha 3 years ago. But
I know.
What is he hitting again? 231 with 7 homers and how many at bats?
How many at bats?
My goodness.
I bet you he has a better slash line against lefties. He's our big lefty master.
Farhan is trying to replace Slater.
He has 320 at bats.
Yeah, he is trying to find. He's trying to go back to a Slater Yaz platoon. Is what he's doing. You watch. He's going to have Slater and Yaz, and then he's going to have the Ramos.
Yeah. Yes. All right, look at this. Versus lefties this year, he has 70 at-bats. He's hitting 286 with the 400 on-base percentage and an 857 OPS. That's literally what it is. So
that's what he was looking at, yep.
He's trying to recreate Slater of a few years back, and he's going to go into this platoon, and you watch. 7th inning, Yaz is due up. Hannah's going to pinch hit if they're behind. Mark it down.
Yep. So Canha's going to have to hit against Tanner Scott.
Yep. And this means that he's going to go. They're not changing center field. This means Ramos is probably going to be center field unless they switch him and Yaz. Then you're going to have Conforto still, unless I'm going to hear what Dog says. Mad Dog's on now. I bet he rips Farhan. Oh, I wish I could play this live.
This is the worst trade deadline of all time.
It's a bad one because there was such an opportunity to sell. Nothing major happened.
Huge opportunity. It was a huge opportunity to sell. Huge.
This is just borderline embarrassment.
Hey, you guys want a good bet? You want a good bet?
You're right. It is embarrassing.
You guys want a good bet right now? Go put money on San Diego to win it all. I don't think it's not the fact that they're gonna, but the odds, you want great odds, go bet on San Diego because that bullpen's going to be tough. And Tatis isn't even back yet. Wait till Bogarts is back. Look, San Diego is – I think it comes down to San Diego possibly and Philadelphia again in the NLCS, and this time San Diego somehow gets it. I can see that. I can see it. I think the Dodgers look like a team that's just in trouble with me with their pitching. Dodgers pitching is a wreck. I don't know if Yamamoto's coming back. I don't know if they got some issues.
Yeah,
here,
third base is still a problem for them, in my opinion.
here's another question. Did
Third
the
base
Giants
for the Padres?
No, Dodgers.
did
Oh,
the
yeah.
Giants get better or worse at the deadline? I could argue that they got worse.
They got worse because Soler's a better bat than Canha.
Soler's a better bat than Canha. I think Soler right now is a better bat than Luciano. And they lost Alex Cobb, who was supposedly going to come back, and he could have been your sixth guy. I think they definitely got worse.
I can't believe Slater's with the Orioles.
Wait, Slater got traded again?
Yeah, Cincinnati traded him to Baltimore.
So the Reds saw 2 weeks of Slater and said,
Yeah, I mean, some of these guys are just names, right? They're just names at some point. They were a name, and now you're looking like Mark Canha was good 3 to 4 or 5 years ago. When he was at Oakland, he was really good. He had a good year with the Mets.
Journeyman, just like Yaz. But yeah,
but he's nothing. He hits left-handed hitting, and how often do you face left-handed hitting? Not much. So you basically did this for. Look at Soler's numbers versus Canha's numbers, and you'll see it's a money dump.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically what they did. They exchanged Soler for Canha. Same amount of bat, probably close to the number of bat. Can we put them up on a?
Oh yeah.
You could do a baseball reference comparable thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think you got stat head, right?
Yeah.
Laura? Yeah, we'll put them up. I'll bet you they're very similar numbers. I bet Soler has
Mark Canha's. I mean, Soler is way better than Mark Canha. I'll guarantee that.
Doesn't Soler have like 12 homers?
I think so.
So we'll pull this up.
Yeah, look at this. It's not even close.
So it's a money dump.
Here it is.
We got another trade here. The Orioles have acquired left-handed pitcher Gregory Soto from the Phillies before the deadline. Okay.
Wow.
All right. So there we go. WAR. Look at this. 93. They each have played 93 games. Oh my gosh. Plate appearances are almost identical. This is what they did.
Well, Farhan's looking at that on base percentage, and Canha's got 4 points higher.
Oh my goodness.
See, Soler was actually having a pretty good year. That's what I've been saying. If you look at the raw statistics, Soler wasn't having a bad year.
Well, he was bad
with runners on scoring.
Exactly. But if you look at the overall statistics, he wasn't having a bad year. I
agree. He was trending upward. He was starting to finally swing it better for a pro period.
In the leadoff position, Soler was actually doing pretty well.
The last couple of weeks he picked up. He started to hit. And
I will say this about Soler too. I did appreciate, I had my issues with him, and obviously, but I did appreciate the fact, for a big guy, he runs hard. He played hard.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give him that.
Yep. I mean, so we've talked about it so much. Me, Low, Stan, you, Nick. Buy low, sell high, right? The Giants sold high, but what they got in return was just a complete ridiculous prospect for Soler's production. I mean, I don't even know if that guy's going to see the major league team in a few years.
Yeah, I would bet not, because if you look at it, he's a college bat. He only had 3 home runs in high A in the Braves system.
Exactly.
Now, I'm not going to write him off completely. Sometimes guys need some time. But it wasn't like he was setting the world on fire, and the Braves system isn't very good. They've emptied it in recent years. So, he'll be on the Giants list towards the back end of the top 30, in my opinion. We'll see. The lefty they got for Cobb, he's 19 and he's projectable. He's got a good frame. So I'm not going to say he's a zero, but it's not like they're impact guys. Like you're going to have to like really does anyone trust this front office to develop them?
I will say the one thing about this front office is they've proven to be able to develop left-handed starters. They've
That is
developed
true,
they've
yeah.
developed Kyle Harrison. They've developed Carson Wisenhunt. Carson Wisenhunt's projected to be pretty good. They're developing Joe Whitman right now. So I mean, I think there's a possibility that he could be a decent starter.
And he was
But
a high school pick last year.
exactly. But I just
Still very young. He's got some upside. It's not that trade wasn't the worst trade in the world in isolation. But again, why would you do that if you're not going to completely sell? You got to pick one lane or the other. You can't do two minor sell jobs and then go and pick up Mark Canha because there's no direction. You're in both lanes. You can't do that. He should have learned last year. You should have learned from Paul. Does he not remember how much shit he took? Pardon my French. How much crap he took from everyone for what a worthless deadline last year was, and then this year's worse. Like, what are you doing, man? If you didn't want to sell and you want to save your job, then just keep Solari, you idiot.
They were in first place at last year's trade deadline. They got AJ Pollock and just went straight downhill. It was really bad. And here, let's look at this. I can pull this up. July 30th, 2023. Look at this. All right.
I think they were 13 over 500, right?
They were 10 over. Last year's wild card. They were first in the wild card. They were first. They had a playoff spot. They had a plus 24 run differential. Let's go week by week. They start to slip a little bit. They're still 10 over 7 days later. August 13th, they are 8 games over. August 20th, they're 6 games over. August 27th, they are now out of the wild card. They're only 4 games over. They never look back. September 3rd, they're in the wild card, 3 games over. September 10th, they're 3 games over. September 17th, they're 2 games over. September 24th, they are now 2 games under. And I don't know, October 2nd, they finished 4 games under 500. I mean, that's what happens when you don't instill any confidence into your team at the trade deadline. You get AJ Pollock at the trade deadline and Mark Mathias.
We got Mark Canha, though. We got Mark Canha now.
We got Mark Canha this year.
Remember last year, too, they only had 2 starters. Remember they had all those bullpen games? They didn't have any pitching depth last year. The bullpen wore out. It's the same old shit. They don't fucking like these guys are just such a joke, and it's not just Farhan. It's everybody in this baseball operations front office. Like they all got to go. You guys have drafted horribly for the most part. There's a couple guys that are interesting in the system, but the system is not where you want it to be. The big league roster is uninspiring. Like everyone in this baseball front office has to go. Get out of here, dude. You have failed. You have absolutely failed.
100%. 100%. Hey, guys, we've got 500 plus still watching. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button. It would be greatly appreciated by us and here in this group. Please help us out. Hit the like and subscribe button. All you got to do is, if you're on, just go to YouTube and hit subscribe. And you know what? If you want to get notifications when we go live, you'll get some of the best coverage out there with the Giants, Niners, and Warriors, all NorCal sports talk. Please do us a favor and hit that subscribe. We really, really would appreciate it. It doesn't cost anything to subscribe. It just helps us out. So if you would please help us out, I would greatly appreciate it. Bora would and Los. The more the channel grows, the more content that we're able to, continue to just put out that gets noticed more. Everything in YouTube, it's all about the algorithms. So, and we're going to be doing a lot of stuff, guys. A lot of football. We didn't cover much football in the past because, I should have just taken more ownership of the channel. I didn't, but I'm doing that now. I see where we got to go. We want to cover football. That was my vision, NorCal Sports Network. That was my vision. If you remember my very first video I put out before I even started the channel, said we're going to be covering Giants, Niners, Warriors, maybe even get into some college football if our college football teams would get good. But then, had baseball, and we had a baseball only co-host, and so I ended up letting that happen. And now we've got guys that are not only know baseball better, but know football and basketball. And you know what? That's okay. Hey, everybody's got their thing. Nothing wrong with being baseball only if that's your deal, or football only, or basketball only. But that's not the direction I originally envisioned for the channel. Now I've got that back. And so really want to take it to new heights with all of that, because we want to, I've been following sports, low sports, Bora sports all our lives. It's been probably, we're well-rounded. We don't just do sports. We like other things, but it's something that was really big to all of us. And so why not create the best content and make it a true quality content? We may not have all the little gadgets and the little foofahs of, pulling, being, the Wizard of Oz behind
Silence.
We don't have the Wizard of Oz around the, pulling strings and, giving you who's coming up with this announcement. Hey, look, we're about content. You can have a great book cover, but have the worst plot, right? Who wants to? You've all been to a movie with great effects, right? And you go, man, this is great. Then you start watching the movie, and it's like
It's nuts and bolts.
The acting sucks.
There's nothing there. There's no content. So yeah, you could have all of that, but you got sports guys here, okay? All right, look.
Dan, you should also consider getting into the Sharks, maybe, because they actually have a good future with.
I like their draft picks.
Will Smith.
I've got.
It's going to take a few years, but
yep,
I'm higher on the Sharks' future than the Giants' future.
Absolutely, and we need to get a Sharks guy on here. I need a couple of Sharks guys that can run the show. I know. I like playoff hockey, but I don't follow the hockey season as much as I have, because it's interesting. It's kind of what you grow up with. I grew up in the Bay Area with the Giants, the Niners, the Raiders, and the Warriors.
Oh, yeah, there's no hockey then, huh?
Yeah, we had a little bit. It was the California Golden Seals, and they weren't the greatest. And then they moved. I can't remember where they moved to, the franchise. And then, the Sharks came years later. But, we get some good Sharks guys that know what's happening. That I know Robert is in our chat, not Robert Rothberg, but all of a sudden I'm drawing a blank on Robert's last name. But he's a huge Sharks fan. I think Sean Proctor is a Sharks guy.
Boyd.
Robert Boyd, thank you. Robert Boyd.
I think
just drew a blank.
Cliff Martinez was talking to me in the chat. He knows the Sharks too, I think.
Okay. Look, we get some guys that want to do. That's the thing, man. I have this channel, but I'm open to having guys come on. And somebody wants to do the Kings and wants to have a little Kings talk, go ahead. Hit me up, NorCal Sports Network at Gmail. If you can carry a good conversation and you want to cover the Kings and you put the Kings on here, they're part of NorCal. We'll let you cover the Kings. I'm not going to cover the Kings that in depth because you know what? I know everything about what's going on in the NBA, but I don't follow the Kings enough to know the ins and outs like I do the Warriors. So
yeah, we want to be able to talk about it intelligently and kind of know the team, the roster, everything about it. But
yeah,
I think at 3:01 p.m. today Pacific Standard Time, it officially became 49er season for me. Like this was beyond bad. This is God. Fool's gold again. Thought maybe he would change. Maybe he would do something. God, the opportunity to sell was just so right there. My God. Very, very discouraging.
So, guys, again, we appreciate you guys the Sharks getting Celebrini could be heading into a similar direction as the Blackhawks with Bedard, says Ethan. I hope I pronounced it right. Prisa? Hope I didn't butcher your name, Ethan. I apologize if I did.
Well,
It's
yeah,
either-
the Sharks, like you look at it, they're totally, their run came to an end with their aging core. And then it took them a few years longer than it should have, but they totally committed to a rebuild recently. Whereas the Giants stick in this middle 500 lane. So the Sharks are not there yet. It's going to take a few years, and they got to keep adding assets. But I'm way higher on the direction currently of a team like the Shark. And I know the sports aren't the same. There's differences, don't get me wrong, but they have impact, young talent, and it's only going to get better. Whereas the Giants, what do they have? They have a first baseman in A-ball that's 19. He's 3 years away at least. Now, I'm high on him. I'm high on Luciano. I'm high on Matos to an extent. I think he could be but there's no cavalry coming. And you had a chance this trade deadline to maybe create a cavalry, and you didn't. So you failed. Your entire tenure is a failure. And if they're not I don't know how this can go on. Like if they don't fire him after like how are you going to sell the season ticket holders on another year?
You're not. You're going to have some that'll renew, but it's unbelievable, Nick. This was to me the biggest disaster of a trade deadline in maybe history because you had so many teams that were looking to buy, and you could have, if you would have just used, what do the Giants have that other teams don't? They have money and boatloads of it. They could have said, you know what? We will pay Blake Snell's entire contract the rest of this year. And if he opts in, we'll pay at least half of next year's. And you could have gotten a top prospect. You could have because a team that wanted to take on Snell didn't want to take the risk of, well, what happens if he gets hurt this year and we're stuck with him next year? What happens if we got stuck with $30 million? Nobody wanted to take that risk on. But if the Giants could have alleviated that risk, they could have got themselves, they could have traded Snell. And the Giants have so much money and they blow so much money. Why not?
Dan, if you look at the contract, the Giants, the way they set it up, it actually isn't even 30 million next year. I believe it's 17 because they pay him
a bonus in 26.
A bonus. So even if here's the thing, and I'm pretty sure I'm right on this, but even if Snell opts out, which he probably will, the Giants still have to pay that bonus. So there's a chance you paid Snell 1 year, $45 million. Like what are we doing?
Yes, he's going to opt out because that bonus is due in 26, not next year.
So I don't understand. Yeah, you got money. You should have just paid it. You would have gotten a haul. He would have been the hottest arm on the market.
Yes.
especially with Scooble and Crochet. After what Crochet said and his camp said, Scooble doesn't. I don't think. Yeah, he didn't get traded, so he would have been easily the best arm on the market. You could have got a haul. You didn't. Now you're praying and hoping that you magically start playing better baseball and sneak in. Like the standard. That's the thing. The standards and the expectations. I'm so tired of wild card talk. I want to build a team. Like I want to win the division. I respect the Dodgers. I respect the hell out of them.
Absolutely.
I want to beat them. I want to build something eventually that will beat them. You're not going to do that with this 500 crap. You're not.
Correct. Absolutely 100% correct, Nick. Never will they beat the Dodgers with Farhan. They will never win anything with Farhan. I guarantee it. I guarantee they are not winning a thing with Farhan. And until they wake up and move off of this clown, they're going to be in purgatory for years. This is a team that is not even really in the top 15. They're more like a 18 to 20 range team.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And this is just kind of where they're going to hang out with Farhan. Look, how long does it take to prove oneself? Look, if somebody shows their colors time and time again, are you going to continue to believe them? I mean, if you have if you have somebody, let's just use a life analogy. If you have somebody that cheats on you once, you might forgive them and then say, okay, hey, work it out. And they do it a second time. And it's like, dang, one more. And then, but they do it 4, 5, 6 times. Are you just going to keep taking them back? Come on. This is really absolutely bizarre.
Baseball's a business, right, Dan? We talk about it all the time. Sports is business. Okay, let's just use this as a business model. Farhan has to, after this trading deadline that he did or didn't do, he has to go into a stockholders meeting with all the major stockholders of the Giants. And he has to explain to them why you should continue to invest in my company, or in this case, my team. He has to get up there in front of thousands and thousands and thousands of shareholders, I'm sorry. And in this case, fans. And he has to sell it that this is what I did to better improve my team, either for a short run, for a run this year, or for the long term. And he did neither. Again, it's not the first time. He's done it every single year. So how do you go in a business setting and tell your shareholders, please believe in me, please show up at the ballpark, please buy jerseys, please pay $50 to $100 for parking, and come and back our product? How does he do that? And how do shareholders say, I'm on board, dude? How? If you have any knowledge of baseball at all, you cannot honestly tell anybody that you're happy with today's activities. You can't. You're lying to yourself. You could say, I'll back the Giants and I'll do, no matter what they do, I'll back them. And I get it. That's part of being a fan. But none of you can honestly say, wow, this was a great day for the club. None of you. But here we are.
Yep. I have a new name for Farhan, and I'm going to put it up in the chat. This is his new name, guys. We're calling Farhan here on NorCal Sports Network Aesop.
Aesop's Fables.
Yep, Aesop. Is Aesop. No longer Farhan, but Aesop, the guy who constantly tells you one thing, cries wolf. Look, we're going to be sellers, or we're going to do active last year. We're going to be very active. What did Farhan do to this team for 2024 at the deadline? He basically got rid of Jorge Soler for Mark Canha. That's it. And Alex Cobb was never probably in the, big deal. Cobb's gone. And you got nothing back for him probably either. So this is all about dropping salary. They saved $26 million over the next couple of years with Soler, and then they saved another $5-6 million or so, roughly $5 million of Cobb's remaining salary. Cobb, they basically paid Cobb $5 million this year to rehab.
Yeah.
And Luke Jackson.
Laughing his ass off all the way to the bank.
Club option. Why did he exercise the option? He had a bad hip. He's 38.
They're idiots. They
Yeah.
don't have an organization. They're
Exactly.
idiots. That's the end of it.
Hey Nick, we're losing your signal a little bit, man.
All right. Yeah.
We're gonna close out anyway. Thanks, Nick, man. Always appreciate your support with NorCal Sports Network and your insight to the Giants. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nick.
Yep, thanks.
I see it. There's the great Nick, man. He knows his stuff. He's nailed it, man. Follow Nick on Twitter, by the way. He's got some. Let me get his Twitter handle. If you're on Twitter, you can catch Nick. Hold on here, and I'll pull up his. It's funny handle. It's at SF Giants Nick, at SF Giants Nick, Nick, but his title is Giants Dong 25.
Wow.
So go follow Nick at SF Giants Nick. Man, he lays it out there for so many guys. He tells it like it is on the club. Hey, look, man, I got a network of guys. Let me put this other ear in now here so I'll actually hear better. We're gonna close this out, but man, look, we got a network of guys that know ball here. We got these two fellas right here, Los and Bora up there, looking like he's about ready to fall asleep. It's been a long night and long day. We're tired. We've been going. And then you got guys like Nick that come into the chat, and then Cody, who runs Even Year Dynasty Show. He'll be on Wednesday nights. Cody will be with us tomorrow night to give us the report. Robert Boyd, he's here. He's off work. What's up, Robert, man? Hey, we called you out, Robert. We were talking about the Sharks. We were saying Robert is a Shark fan and knows his Shark stuff. NorCal Sports is expanding, and, we're looking for guys that might want to do a little coverage on the San Jose Sharks, and we know Robert Boyd is a Sharks guy, and so is Sean Proctor, Cliff Martinez. Yep. So Sharks, man, got two good draft picks this year, one last year. They're gonna rebuild. They'll be okay in a couple years. Giants had the opportunity to do that today. Complete failure, complete flop. They could have traded some big key pieces and got some key pieces back for the future, but nope. Look out for the San Diego Padres. Wouldn't even shock me if the Padres got hot enough to catch the Dodgers. I don't think so, but they're going to be good. Because you know what? They got to shut down back into the bullpen now. You got Suarez, you got Tanner Scott, and who was the other guy they got in that deal, Bora? The other reliever, good pitcher? Drawing a blank.
Who, the Padres?
Yeah, the one that came from the Marlins.
Herder or something? Herder?
Yeah, I'm just drawing a blank. Anyway, but the Padres are going to be a team to be reckoned with. They don't even have Fernando Tatis in the lineup yet. When he gets going, I like the Padres to make a run. You heard it right here, NorCal Sports Network. I like the San Diego Padres to make a run. That hat right up there. Let me move my banner here. Let's see. I'll move it up there. See, there's the hats. Padres up there, far part of the screen, underneath the Dodgers. Second place. I see them making a run at the LA Dodgers, and I can see them making a run in the playoffs. They get in the playoffs. They've got Michael King as a starter. Who else are their big starters, Los? Musgrove is one. King.
Dylan Cease.
Dylan Cease, there you go, player of the week over Tyler Fitzgerald, which was a shame in my opinion. But Cease and King, Musgrove, and Darvish is hurt still, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't
They
know.
have all the pieces. They have the lineup. They have a good rotation, and they have a good back bullpen now. Scott really helps them.
Yeah,
so they're going all in.
They're going all in, and you know what? The Padres
that's picking a lane. That's picking a lane.
Right.
Padres are going for it this year, and the Marlins picked a lane. They're going for the long term, so they both did well.
Yes, picked the lane where the Giants stayed in the middle lane again. Once again, going nowhere. And you heard it here with Jack Flaherty. I said with a half hour to go in the show, I said I think Flaherty's going to the Dodgers. They're not gonna wait. They're gonna pull the trigger. He is a Dodger. Dodgers are needing starting pitching in the worst way. But this trade with the Padres getting Tanner Scott now gives them a bullpen of Robert Suarez, Jeremiah Estrada, Adrian Morehan, and the recently acquired Jason Adam. But they also picked up in that deal, which I'm trying to find the name. I don't see it in here. I'm just drawing a blank. But anyway, Padres are going to be tough. They're going to have a very solid bullpen. They're going to have enough starters. They've got the lineup. I like the San Diego Padres, what they're going to do. Here's what I say. I don't know if they have enough to catch the Dodgers. It's possible, but I think they overtake the Braves for the number one wild card spot. And I think the wild card is going to end up like this. I'm predicting San Diego or the Dodgers, whichever one doesn't win the division will be the number one wild card. Number 2 is going to be the Braves. And I think number 3 is going to be the Diamondbacks. That's my pick. We'll see. Could be the Mets. Mets could hang in there. But I don't see it being the Giants. I don't see them winning. What are they, 53? I don't see them winning 32, going 32 and 22 to get just to 85 wins. And 85 wins might not be enough now, guys. Might not be enough. So for almost the 475 plus that are still viewing us, please hit that like and subscribe button. Would greatly appreciate it. It would mean a lot to us. So please just hit the like and subscribe. It helps with the algorithms. We will be back tonight. I don't know which 3 of us or combination will be back tonight, but I can tell you it's not going to be anywhere near a 4-hour show, and it won't be a 3-hour show, and it won't be a 2-hour show. It max will be an hour and a half, probably closer to an hour. We're exhausted. And how long can you talk about the Giants? How long can you talk about the Giants?
365 days a year. They're exciting to talk about.
And on Christmas, don't forget about Christmas.
On Halloween. Hey, we'll be here on December 31st at midnight.
We'll do
talking about the Giants because
we'll do a Wizard of Oz special.
We'll have Wizard of Oz in the background, and it's the priority in all of our lives. So we'll be talking about it nonstop, 24/7, 365 days a year. They're just that exciting to talk about. So stay tuned and silence.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So hold on. I may have something here for you guys. Let me see if I got something. Oh, I wish I could play this video. I wish I could play this video. Okay, but we can't. We can't.
She played in the green room.
I can play it in the green room.
Well, let's get to it.
All right, guys. Hey, guys, we want to thank you again for joining this MLB trade deadline special. It was a complete flop for the San Francisco Giants, as expected. But we'll be back tonight, 9:30. Okay, about 9:30 for the Giants post-game show with the Oakland A's. Watch the Giants now go out and lay a big egg because they didn't do anything to improve the club, thinking and they missed out on an opportunity to make it better for the future, and now they're going to start bombing. All right, guys, we are, again, greatly appreciate your viewership, your support of the channel. We're going to just close it out. You got any final words, Bora or Los?
I'm ready to get out of here.
Yeah. All right, guys. Hey, we're tired. This is a
Steph Curry.
4-hour, 15-minute show. Too long. We're out. We'll see you back tonight. Thanks for joining. We'll see you. Don't forget to subscribe. Have a good one.